Hello everyone, ninth round of the European Individual Chess Championship. So many good clashes so far, but for the last three rounds we're about to see like the real fights. I just want to remind you of the fact that top 23 players will qualify, but you gotta keep in mind that many of these guys already qualified. So basically, even though many of them are going to be in like top 23, there are going to be some, additional places. That's the first thing. Second thing, just like any other day, I'm gonna be your commentator today. International master Miodrag Perunovic from Serbia. For the last 7 years, Serbian head coach and team captain. AK the Butcher, you know me, I guess, and hopefully you're gonna enjoy my commentary. Today we have so many strong clashes, of course. On top of all that, Sarana against Anton Korobov, that's gonna be a real thing. Sarana playing white, as you know, online lately, he's really making strong. Even beat Magnus Carlsen, beat Mamedyarov in all those rapid matches, so he's in a really good shape. From another point of view, Korobov so far is doing fantastic. He's got like 6 wins, 2 draws, and he's performing of all the players absolutely the best. That's why he's the sole leader in this tournament. Sarana playing white, which is a big thing here. I've seen some messages, will they make a draw? I suspect, especially on this level, when you're white, it's like having service just like in tennis. So basically, you just want to take advantage of your white pieces or your service. And let's go with the game. Here, Sarana went for d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3. And just when you expect to see another d5 type of the game, you have Korobov, who went for Bogo Indian. He went for bishop b4. Sarana played absolutely the most solid bishop d2 and c5. I remember analyzing some games of Magnus Carlsen with c5, and this c5 move is extremely difficult to crack with the white pieces. After bishop b4, c takes b4, now it's Sarana's turn. He is a typical representative of this young generation, and he goes with a very, like modern lines. And you see, that's why he played a3 and bishop d3. I was about to say that the most classic approach would be with g3, bishop g2, queen d3, knight bd2, and then afterwards breaking with a3. But that's why I brought up story about Sarana and about being like one of those representatives of young players, and he just went with a3 and bishop d3. I just want to remind you of the fact that the g3, for example, has been one of the most typical type of reactions in these positions. So when they go, for example, with castles, bishop g2, d6, you just go castles, and most of these guys just want to break with e5 sooner or later, rook e8, while at the same time, you just go with the knight bd2 to go, but very, very carefully to go with, you don't want to go with e4, you want to play some e3, but when they play e5, you gotta be afraid of fork, and you just have to go with a3, moving this pawn. Here, Sarana went with this e3, b6, bishop d3, bishop b7, knight bd2, castle, and just like you see, short castle. Anton Korobov just went for a5, and he's just over protecting the pawn on b4, but more importantly, he wants to get some space for the knight on a6 once Sarana goes for a3. That's his idea. He just wants to keep controlling e4 square. Sarana went for rook to e1. By the way, both of these guys are absolutely booked up, but more importantly, they're just in really, really good shape. Anton Korobov went for d6, which kind of announces here e5 by black, most likely with knight bd7, rook e8, and d5. Even knight c6 is a possibility, but also if white goes with an early a3, black will have a possibility of going with knight a6. Okay, so we'll get back to this game. Looks like they were just shooting all these and blitzing out all these moves, and now he's just taking his time to decide which plan to go with. Okay, he opted for e4. I don't think Korobov is going to take so much time here. He will for sure go with some knight bd7 and d5 or e5 straight away. And let's just see. You see, the critical thing about this one is that he wants to go with e5 and open up the light square bishop. That's why I suspect Korobov is going to go for e5. And provoking d5 maybe would shut off the light square bishop on d7, but at the same time would give a very easy and quite a typical maneuver by the knight, knight a6, knight c5, if that happens. So it would be very interesting to see, will Korobov go for e5 straight away? And that makes perfect sense to go with a move such as e5, because in that case you would just close the light square bishop and its activity. So we're still waiting for that. In the meantime, I just want to tell you that Korobov is the sole leader in this tournament after 8 rounds. Sarana and Benjamin Gledura are the only players with 6.5, while there are like whole bunch of guys, I believe almost 15, 20 guys with the 6 points. I'm just going to wait a little bit more, because I'm pretty sure Korobov knows what he's doing in this position, and I just want to see maybe 2 more moves in this one. This is already like how many moves? 11 moves of theory, so position is going to be very interesting, but this is going to be a tough positional battle. You immediately can see that. Okay, Korobov hasn't made his move yet. We'll get back to this game. This is certainly the most important game today. And let's go on to the next one. Benjamin Gledura against Boris Gelfand. I'd like to say something about both. Benjamin Gledura is an extremely tough player, so he likes those solid positions. He doesn't want to take like so much risk. And absolutely the same approach has Boris Gelfand. You know, he's a legendary chess player, the guy who was competing for the World Championship title, actually World Championship challenger, and he's the guy who, for all these years, has one of the most difficult styles with white especially, but even as black. So this is going to be a real fight between, and the clash between 2 very similar type of players. Let's take a look at the opening. Gledura went for d4, knight f3, d5, knight c3, c6. So far, we've had a chance to see so many Ragozin openings, but just like you see, c6 maybe gives a little bit you know, like chances for like sharper play in some of the lines, and Gledura went for a3, which is nothing else but Meran defense. After knight bd7, he went for bishop e2. One of the most classic approaches here would be either bishop d3 or queen c2, although he went with the bishop e2, and after bishop d6, castles, played a4. One of the main ideas behind a4 could be to fight against some b6 because of some a5 ideas, but at the same time he just wants to, we always call this like simple space grabbing moves on the queen side that are fighting against b6 at some point by black. So even if you play b6, maybe you're not going to do a5 instantly, but at some point you can always cope and go for that one. And this game was after a4, a5, he just played b3. It's Boris Gelfand's idea. I expect either b6, bishop b7 followed by c5, or some ideas coped with breaking in the center with e5, taking on c4 before that or not, but those are like 2 possible plans in this position. Okay, let's go to Alexander Pretke against Darda. This could be a very interesting game. Predke playing white just went with knight f3 after e5, and Darda opted for Petrov defense. After d4, knight takes e4, bishop d3, he went for the move that I spoke about yesterday. Jacob Murray, American GM, used to play this knight c6, and actually I was the first one who came up with this idea. If you're wondering, what's this? Is this like some kind of transmission error? No, it's not. Don't think about that. Because if bishop e4, d5, and now when you move the bishop, sorry man, but I'm just doing fork and see you next time, so actually getting my piece back. So there were like so many interesting lines here, and that's why you almost never take the knight on e4. You go with d5, knight f6, knight c3. He's not even interested in taking the pawn. So this is like, taking the piece, and he just went with this one. He's not interested in taking the piece because once again he would face the fork, and that would be pretty much equal position. After like knight c3, bishop b4, Predke captured, and we don't have to, we don't need to have any kinds, doubts here. e4 should be the move by black. So let's see what is he going to come up his sleeve. So that's one thing. Then we have Asipenko against Jonas Biera, and this is Tarasha opening. Asipenko went for d4, knight f6, c4, a6, knight f3, d5, knight g3. So he goes with nothing else but g3 is Catalan opening. But when they go with c5 and you go c takes, bishop g2, what do we have? Tarrasch defense. So after like bishop e7, main line here is knight c3 and bishop g5. We can expect like a long theoretical battle. It's considered to be maybe a tiny bit better in the best case scenario for white, but it's also it also could be one of those problematic type of the games for black with an IQP or hanging pawns afterwards in the middle game. So let's see what he's gonna opt for. Will he play like knight c3? Will he play bishop g5? And there is even a line with d takes c5 followed by queen c2. I also saw that kind of a plan by white. We'll get back to this theoretical game. Let's go to Vrnjacka against Shevchenko. Oh, nice. We can see some kind of forgotten gambit in nothing else but boring Rai Lopez. So bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castles, bishop c5. It's one of those popular ideas and moves lately. And here, white just went for the pawn sack with d4. It's a very interesting move because if they take, you can just go with e5. If they take by pawn. If they take by knight, you can just take on e5. And also, if they take by bishop, then you can just say, okay, in that case, I'm going to win the bishop pair. So this is one of those lines that is theoretical, well known, and if black knows, it is going to be equal. But can he remember and can he somehow memorize and have memorized all these variations, including these side surprising lines? That's always a question. So the question is not, would you be able to get like equality by the engine? Most of us would. But can we actually remember the line during the game? So we just have to cope with these kinds of practical surprises in our games. Okay, we'll get back to this game. So many interesting games today, so many. Paravian against Cheparinov. Cheparinov is certainly one of my favorite players in this tournament. Simply, I really enjoy his style of chess. I really enjoy all his sacrifices. I really enjoy the fact that he was in Topol of Steam. And I really enjoy his willingness to all the time fight and to go for some sort of compensation. Just like you see, he went for a martial attack. This is bishop b5. He didn't want to play Berlin. He played rook e1, b5, went for the martial, but it's, one of the lines that is very popular, and Dubov actually played this one after d3. So white all the time plays all those kinds of moves to just avoid martial attack, and eventually you just go for Dubov's option with early d5 after knight takes. He sacrifices a pawn, plays queen d6, goes with c5, mobilizes his pieces, putting some pressure against the g2 pawn. This guy played c4, knight b6, and playing f3. You know what? After bishop h4, I really have to say that white's position looks hardly breakable. Paravian is very good with his theory. He knows lots of theory. He knows his systems, although he has this very interesting approach in his openings, because many times I don't like those structures, I don't like those modern lines, but he's one of those guys who absolutely don't have problems with that. He followed the engine's approaches and basically play. For example, take a look at this pawn structure. Everything is broken, everything is kind of weak on the dark squares, but he just says, okay, as long as the engine says it's okay, I'm gonna go with it. So this is another good game and so many good fights today. I really predict a very exciting round. What do we have here? Etienne Bacro, who lately started to play once again like on the top level. He's performing really well, but what I really like is the fact that he started to play e4. Okay, here and there he used to be an e4 player, but now he plays e4 all the time. So this was e4, c5, knight f3, d6. Etienne Bacro goes for the open Sicilians, and against Najdorf he says, let's go bishop e3. I want to fight against Najdorf in the most modern fashion. So after e5, knight b3, bishop e7, f3, bishop e6, queen d2, long castles, knight bd7, goes with g4, b5, g5, knight h5. Everything is well known. This idea with jumping with the knight on d5, recapturing by pawn, is very important before black goes with b4, because now white is gonna have knight a5, jumping with the knight on c6. This is how he get two kinds of things. He got like a bishop pair advantage, that's one thing. A second thing, he get the a5 square for the knight and eventually an amazing outpost for the knight on c6. On the other hand, light square bishop is going to go on h3, will go after the knight on h5 with bishop g4, or can sometimes just have an amazing control on the h3 c8 diagonal. So another exciting game. What's the idea for black? To break with f5. They have to go with f5, and that's what Brkic did. Brkic, who so far in this tournament really performed well, captured by bishop, played here queen e8, king b1, king h8, and they're still playing theory. Believe it or not, this is still a theoretical position. For all of you like weaker guys, I just want to remind you of one thing. What is theory? But practice of the strong players. So that's the point. And here we just have absolutely ideal setups by both of these guys. Another interesting game, and almost 18 moves of theory in this game as well. Then next game, Zvane Frederick against Nils Grandelius. Extremely boring type of position. This is Grunfeld type of the game. Let's just see, knight f3, d5, bishop g2. Yeah, now they just transposed from Ratty opening into Grunfeld that after c4, c6. This is like Slav Grunfeld. And knight e5, this system was used in that long-lasting famous match between Karpov and Kasparov, and after bishop f5, at that time this move wasn't like the most popular. Usually they used to go with some e6 and knight f to d7. Here Nils Grandelius goes with bishop f5, knight e4, and I don't think he should be having any problems in a game like this playing black. So that just announces like idea by white. Okay, I'll play position that is about to be equal. I'm fine with an equal type of the game. Well, Grandelius should certainly be absolutely okay with the black pieces before last two rounds, and possibility to go for a full point next round with white. Okay, this is more or less equal position. This is a very interesting one. Ponomarev, who's certainly favorite against Valentin Dragnev in this game. This was Petrov defense, knight c3 line. We can immediately see that. Knight takes c5, going back, jumping with the knight, recapturing by pawn, playing bishop e3, queen d2, and long castle. In these type of games, we have an opposite side castles, and here white just has to go with the attack on the king side, while black has to do that on the queen side. They went for knight f6, rook e8, rook h to e1, bishop g4, and here Ponomarev says, okay, I did what I had to do. I won the bishop pair and I have control of the g file. So what's the point about this one? Nothing else, but he just wants to go with nothing else but open g file, possibility to go and to open up and put these rooks on the g file, and with the bishop pair, open g file, and always facing any g6 with f4 and f5, he just wants to go with some sort of action. In my opinion, from practical point of view, this looks easier for playing with white pieces. Another possibly interesting game in the future. Then we go for the next one. Namig Guliev against Santos Latasa Jaime. Okay, so this was Moscow variation against Sicilian. Knight d7, absolutely the most ambitious move by black, and breaks in the center with d4, queen takes d4, a6, giving up the bishop for the knight. For what? For having, I was about to say c4, but he didn't play c4, he played knight c3. e5, queen d3, and in these positions always absolutely most critical thing is to pin the knight on f6 by playing bishop g5. After knight d5, queen a5, bishop d2, queen b5, a very interesting type of the opening. Latasa is looking for this queen b5. Most likely he's going to trade the queens off. I don't think he's going to risk by taking on b2. And after that, c takes. This is nothing else but just around equal position. Nguyen against Gumulars. Gumulars beat yesterday Injic in that very interesting hedgehog game and treatment by white. Definitely after he goes for rook e1, he just wants to decide when is he going to open up and push his pawn up to e4. Position looks pretty much equal, or maybe it's too much to say equal. White is the one who's got a little bit a better position, but I don't think that any of these players would complain to play this either with white or black. Then we have Nijat Abbasov against Jan Šubelj from Slovenia. Certainly one of the biggest surprises in the whole competition is young Slovenian IM. He's really doing well. He's performing, I checked his performance last night, it's around 2,700, a little bit below that, but he's doing really good, he's really playing well, and I really enjoying his games. Throughout the whole tournament, every single time when we checked his positions, those were pretty good positions, solid, without, big jumps and amplitude in his play, like sometimes bad, sometimes good. No, actually he's doing pretty good and he's doing fine here. This was Slav defense, knight f3, knight c3, d takes e4, a4, bishop f5, a3, and bishop c4, bishop e4, castles. This is another type of system that we've seen in games of Anand and Gelfand, that we've seen in match between Topalov and Kramnik, that we've seen in match between, I believe, Anand and Carlsen. So many things. Here, the main point is to somehow push e4. When they go bishop g6, you can't push e4 because they would just first take on c3. So you have problems to push e4. They have absolutely solid type of the game. After knight g6, h6, g6, when you finally say, but am I not supposed to push my pawn to e4 now? Well, not, because then he's going to be able to break this position with either e5 and c5. So after rook d1, queen c7, we have a very normal type of the game. White enjoys bishop pair. Okay, He always can go with this central thing with e4, but you just have to keep in mind that black can break that with e5 and c5. It's a very solid pawn structure for black. Even though white enjoys the bishop pair, black absolutely has hyper solid pawn structure, and that's the way it is. Now we have Jair Parhov against Rasmus Zvane. So this was one of those popular lines with the knight c3, bishop b4, and same-ish variation with f3. After c5, d5, b5. I remember when Aronian beat Vesely Saw with this b5 in a fantastic game a couple of years ago. I believe it was proclaimed for the most beautiful game of that year. So after e4, d6, a3, bishop a5, bishop d3, castles, knight g on e2. Here we just have a very unclear type of the game. You know what? This is one of the rare IMs in the top 20 boards. So this is a good chance for Zvane to push for a win with the black pieces. From another point of view, this guy, Jair Parhov, he's just doing great in this tournament, and he's absolutely going for a full point because he can just qualify for the World Cup this year. Okay, then we have Vokatura against Korkalas. I don't have to talk about the Greek guy. He's one of the biggest surprises and upsets in the whole tournament. Throughout the whole tournament, he's been playing like so good. He's so resourceful in these worst positions. He's good in complicated things. He's good at calculation. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what will happen in this game. In the game was Ray Lopez, knight f6, bishop c5, exactly what Shevchenko played. And here Vrnjacka in this round went for d4, while Vokatura, who also likes and enjoys like wild type of chess, went for c3, b5, d6, bishop g4, captured there on f3, played b4, and brought a bishop back to b6. Quite a typical pawn structure for Ray Lopez. I just want to remind you of one thing. Greek guy playing black is really good with his theoretical stuff, and he knows his openings. That's a very important thing. Position is around even there. Okay, we go to next one. Edis Gurel against Max Varmerdam. Yesterday we had a chance to see this young Turkish player who's performing so good so far, and who said he just wants to become a GM as soon as possible. He's doing great so far with 6 points out of 8 games. That's a fantastic performance. We once again can see like influence of his coach, Grandmaster Dragan Šolak, out of this opening. So this was a Ray Lopez exchange. I would like to remind you that Robert James Fischer liked to play bishop takes e6, and after castles to go with this d4. When you exchange the queens in these type of games, and that's what he did. So after this, knight c3, queen d6, bishop d6, I'd like to give you like the basic prospects of this type of position. From black's perspective, we just have to say that Varmerdam is really good when it comes to theory. So he certainly knows what he's doing with his stuff. But from another point of view, this Edis Gurel going for a pawn majority on the king side, he just wants to apply 4 against 3 on the king side, while black cannot do the same on the queen side, playing 4 against 3. Why? Simply because of the fact that he's got these double pawns on c7 and c5. So what's the real difference? The difference is very small, but actually it's kind of very big. There were many games, especially by Dragan Šolak played in this position, who in this type of games went for exchanging pieces and somehow benefit from creating a passer on the king side and winning his games like that. Even Robert James Fischer made like a simple pawn endgame where he proven the fact that 4 against 3 without any minor and heavy pieces on the board should always be winning against black. That's very important for afterwards and for every single type and type of middle game that could arise, because this is a queenless type of middle game and you need to understand the basic concepts. For example, to most of you, this position at first glance looks like, oh my goodness, another type of game without the queens. This is so boring, but it's not like that. White has practical ways and chances of pushing for a win here. Okay, so far everything is normal. Both of these guys, I guess, shouldn't complain what they reached with the white pieces. Although this young IM from Turkey, he's certainly an extremely dangerous opponent for everyone at this moment. He's on roll, and certainly Varmerdam is not gonna have an easy time in today's game. Okay, so these were top boards of all the players with 7, 6.5, and 6 points. So now we're gonna go for the rest of these guys and for the rest of this tournament for the guys who actually have 5.5 points. But before we reach those, I'd like to go on those exciting games on top boards. Do you know what is interesting? Yesterday, we had so many draws. Take a look at this one. No draws at the moment. Kobalia drew against Sargsyan. That's the only draw that we see on the top boards, and Garibian drew against Hovhannisyan. Nothing else. All other games are, just being played. So let's take a look at Sarana against Korobov. I spoke about this, and I told you at the moment when we stopped here broadcasting this game that he might be going with e5 straight away, or knight c6 with e5, or knight bd7. He went with knight c6, e5, bishop c2. It would be of a great, practical importance for black if white just goes with d5, because black can just go with knight b8, and then he can have an easy time going with the knight on a6 and c5, or d7 and c5, while the bishop just go on c8 and repositioning the bishop onto the king side. That's why Sarana went for bishop c2, and he doesn't want to release the pressure here by pushing d5. And to rook c8, rook c1, this is the game that we're having here. That's one thing, and that's what the game looks like here. Next one is Gledura against Gelfand. Gelfand is just eyeing at c5 by playing b6, bishop b7, coming with a rook on c8. We all know that he just wants to go with c5. He's gonna do it at the moment when it's absolutely the best. The thing is, they just want to go with c5, opening up the light square bishop, break the center, go after the queen on c2, and creating some sort of x-rays against the queen on c2 by the rook on c8. So it's pretty good position. I believe that Gelfand, if he doesn't want to go with c5 next move, by the way, it's white's to move here, he might be going first with queen e7 and then breaking with c5. But position looks absolutely satisfying for both of these sides. Then we have Darda against Pretke. Very interesting opening. I just want to remind you, they just played the Petrov defense. Darda went for this early knight c6, knight c3, bishop b4, then did a fork. He won this bishop back on d3. And there we go, we have a relatively interesting game. You know what? At first glance, I wouldn't mind to be white. I'm gonna tell you why. First of all, the queen on d1 can easily cope with going onto the king side and joining the attack if needed at some point. Second thing, bishop on c1 can easily go on g5. And third thing, the knight can easily jump on f5 and simply join into the king side attack. Based on all these things, and possibly even considering some rook b4 and ideas to go there, just opposing this rook on b8 and forcing the queen to take, in which case we would have an easier bishop g5 and attack on the king side. From practical point of view, I would certainly enjoy a little bit more being white in this type of the game. So I prefer Pratka's game here. Esipenko against Jonas Bjarre Brule. So let me just see. G3, Tarrasch defense. Why did I feel that he was going to take on c5 and play something there? I mentioned a line that was played, I believe, by Kramnik once with the queen c2, but he went and opted for d takes a3, knight after d2, capturing, trading the queens off, and winning the pawn. So just like you see, Esipenko opted for type of the game. Yesterday, I had a conversation with one guy, and he said, Larsen always said, if I have to choose between position that looks equal and with the same material and equal where I'm just up a pawn, I would always go with position where I'm up a pawn. Here, Esipenko is up a pawn, even though we all know that this is like more or less pretty much equal type of the game, or let's just say tiny bit better for white. His approach is good. He's white, the game is in full control, he's up a pawn. Bjarre, he's just happy that he traded the queens off and that he's got a little bit better domination and activity of his minor pieces. But if we have to choose who to follow here, definitely it should be white. Then we have Shevchenko against Vrnjacki. Shevchenko captured by knight, Vrnjacki captured on e5, and now we're just about to see complete mess on the king side in this game. Paravian against Chaparinov. Of course that the engine and Eval Bar always are going to support white's position, although one thing is, when we know that the engines really like material and they just enjoy, you know, like being up a pawn in this type of positions. But another thing is when you're absolutely aware of the fact that your position is kind of shaky with lots of weaknesses on the dark squares, and there is a great possibility by black to somehow create some sort of weaknesses in white's camp afterwards. Although, just like I told you, engines will always prefer white here. Then we have Etienne Bacrot against Ante Brkic. This is a theoretical position. We've already analyzed this game. He's just played bishop d3, rook takes f3. Wouldn't be a fully good move, I'd say, for black, because then they can just pin this rook and the knight, and taking that pawn on f3, you just have to be very cautious when you do it in these type of knight of games. Maybe it's just better to solidify his game with the knight f4 and stuff like that. We go back to Zvane against Grandilius. Very drawish type of the game, almost absolutely symmetrical. The fact that the position is not fully symmetrical maybe favors a little bit in this game white, but you just have to keep in mind that it's black's turn, so this is like very, very boring type of the game that I absolutely have no doubts that is going to be most likely drawn. Okay, so this is Ponomariov's game. I really enjoy his position. I really enjoy the fact that the G file is open. Not many times we see Ponomariov attacking his opponents like this, but you know what? The guy was world champion and he certainly knows what he's doing here. I really enjoy white's position, and this could be very exciting game. So Guliev against Santos Latasa. It's one of those positions where Latasa traded his queens off and his position absolutely looks okay. Although this knight on d5 looks amazingly placed there, so it's not an easy for black to play that knight f6. We have Nguyen against Gumulars, just a position where white enjoys more space, but position looks absolutely unclear. Of course, that white should be going with some e4, d takes, for example, e4, d takes, knight e4, knight e4, bishop e4, knight f6, bishop goes back on c2, then you place bishop here or here, knight goes on e5 with a little bit better game for white. So I'm just expecting e4 by Nguyen. Nijat Abbasov against Jan Shubel, nothing happened. So Abbasov is looking for a plan in position that always looks a little bit better for white, but from practical point of view, it's not so easy to simply grind your opponent with the bishop here and play this type of the game, because let's be objective. Where are the structural weaknesses except those two double pawns on g7 and g6 for black? I don't see them. Okay, Yair Parhav against Zvane, they just played this opening. Last move is knight e2. Zvane hasn't made a move. Then we have this Greek player who just blitzed out his opening. I told you he's very theoretical and very well prepared for these games. Then we have Gurel against Varmerdam. It's another interesting position with a tiny bit better game for white. It's quite interesting that none of these moves happened so far. So do we have some sort of problem with the transmission once again? That's what I'm wondering here, because positions don't change. Okay, let's move on to the next boards and see what's happening in the game between Kobalia and Sargsyan. Sargsyan is the highest rated opponent in the whole tournament, I mean player. And Sargsyan in this game, playing black, let's just see what's happening here. We just want to upload the game, but it's not happening. So we're probably having some sort of problems with the broadcast. I don't know what's happening here, so let's just see what the problem could be here. For some reason, they have some problems with the internet, and Vukje Garac asked, please follow my brother Miloš Stankovic. He's playing for GM Norm. We will follow Miloš game for sure, and we all cheer up for Miloš because he's got a great chances to push for a GM Norm. Let's just see. I have to refresh everything here and to see what's happening. And now we just get some games there. We just get some games ongoing. Yes, it's nice. It's nice, and there we go. So let's go. Sarana against Korobov. After rook c1, Korobov just went for g6. Possibly an idea of g6 could be to go with the knight on h5 and use something, and use somehow this knight on f4. I see that as a one idea. Second thing, he just wants to avoid some knight h4, knight f5 ideas by white. Let's go to the next game. So here, Gledura just jumped with the knight on b5. Gelfand will certainly bring the bishop back to b8. Then what else do we have there? Nothing changed in this position, and Darde is certainly taking his time. I would assess his position from practical point of view very difficult anyways. Esipenko against Jonas Biera, he just played rook to e1, so he keeps on solidifying his game. Here we have like absolutely crazy game by Bernatsky, who after 95 castles went for b4. So I have a feeling that he's going all in this type of the game. Then Paravian against Chaparinov. Chaparinov just played queen c7, and Paravian is taking his time. Ante Brkic captured on f3, so he assessed that taking on f3 could be pretty cool, and after rook to g1, so he's ready to defend this position even though all these files are open. That's another thing. Then we have Frederik Zvane against Nils Grandelius. Grandilis is just looking for a move in a roughly equal game. Ponomarev against Dragnev just went for that h4, preparing himself to face any g6 with h5 or with a possible f4 and f5. That's what we have there. What else do we have in those positions? So Namik Guliev against Santos Latasa. So it's looking, f5 makes perfect sense because Latasa enjoys a bishop pair, but his bishops are not open at all. By taking on e4, he just wants to take the knight. By recapturing on e4, I guess he just wants to move the bishop, the rook somewhere afterwards. Then we have Nguyen against Gumulars. Nguyen just went for queen c2, and he's looking for a possibility to break in the center with e4. Abbasov Nijat, okay, they just now made these moves. Jan Schubel absolutely plays a solid position with black pieces. Nothing, just a nice developing moves. Here we have Yair Parhov against Svan Erasmus. He's enjoying that control of the dark squares. Also, white enjoys like a pretty good control of the center by these pawns, c5, d6, e6. So looks like a relatively unclear game. And Korkolas, he's not anymore blitzing out. And in this position, we just have 6 pawns against 6 pawns. Currently there is this pawn on c6, but it's about to fall. So maybe white just enjoy a little bit better position thanks to the bishop pair. Then we have Gurel against Varmerdam. Varmerdam played this rook h to g8. He just wants to go with g5 and g4, and he just wants to even launch the attack. Okay, that's a very interesting idea, very creative attempt by black. Should Gurel go with bishop f4 and exchanging this? That could be an interesting thing, or playing something else there. Then we move on to the Kobalia Sargsyan. It was drawn, and for the first time today, we're just checking games of the guys with 5.5 points in the tournament. So Martirosyan against Muchedlishvili. Martirosyan playing white, going for knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, c5. It's called semi-tarash with the knight e5, e4, and after c takes bishop e4, exchanging like everything, going with castles, rook d1. And what's the most important idea in these type of games? Breaking at some point with d5. And if you were wondering, and that could be like a real logical question, for example, the first one who broke here with d5 was, before Kasparov was someone else, but Kasparov was the first one who did it actually on a really top level. And the thing is, by sacking the pawn, you block the light square bishop on b7, you set your knight on d4, you absolutely get 4 against 3 on the king side, and afterwards, for example, queen goes on e7, you go knight e4, you want to jump knight f5, you want to play f4, you want to go with e6, and you just kill them. So if you were wondering what the hell is this d5, don't even bother to do anything, but it's highly positional tactical move where you just want to launch the attack on the king side. After h6, it's white to move here. Leon Livaic against Anton Guijaro. This looks like a pretty promising type of the game for black right after the opening. So he went with all these waiting moves to go with f5 eventually, but he didn't. He played knight of f6, jumped with the knight on e4, and just when he played like kind of Slav defense, he went with f5 transposing into the Dutch. And he now goes with that early queen f6, where the queen just wants to go on h6, where you just want to go with, for example, queen h6, You want to go with g5, g4, your knight goes on f6 and g4, and this is how you just want to launch the attack in these type of games. So this is the thing to always consider in these type of games. Okay, then what else do we have in those positions? We have Navara Teklov. Navara, even though position looks absolutely equal, for some reason I prefer white here. Let's see which opening was this. It was Petrov defense. And after knight e5, d6, knight f3, d4, d5, bishop d3, bishop f5, played rook e1, and went with the knight bd2. He's now undermining knight on e4, wants to take it. After knight d6, playing knight f1, playing bishop takes f5, improving position of the queen, going with the bishop there, and sacking. It's not even pawn sack, because they cannot take it, of course. Bishop is going to take on d6 and win a piece. But it's a very nice aggressive move. After h4, knight to e3, bishop takes d6, jumps with one knight, and now he can go and jump with another knight, slide his queen over from d3 to g3, for example, by knight e5. He can also consider playing some h5 ideas. I absolutely prefer white in this type of the game. So even though it looks pretty equal, I definitely think Navara has all the initiative in this game. The very interesting thing, Pavel Teklov is an IM with 2570. For a long time, I haven't seen a stronger IM with this rating. Okay, Sergei Azarov against Joel Mussar. So far, Azar was performing really well. His theoretical preps were on a really high level. He went for one of the main lines against Najdorf with the bishop g5. And against this very popular knight bd7, he went for bishop c4. Okay, that's only one of the options, but you just have to keep in mind that lately lots of guys went with bishop e3, so when the knight stands on d7, they just go with this early bishop e3. If you remember, Niemann played early bishop e3 against someone and managed to win a game very convincingly in like 20 moves against someone. And I also believe that there was another top GM who used this bishop g5, bishop e3 idea, because they just tried to take advantage of the fact that the knights are unhappily placed on f6 and on d7. After bishop c4, queen b6, bishop e3, e6, queen d2, castles, rook h to e1, bishop was brought back all the way to e3, f3, goes with g4, and another double-edged type of the game where both of the guys are going to have like equally good chances in the attack. White on the king side and black on the queen side. Ivan Šarić against Daniel Dverny. Ivan Šarić went for the advanced Caro-Kann, played knight f3 and bishop e2. I don't know how it's called, but I know that it's at some point it was called Nigel Short system, because they just go with the knight f3 and bishop e2. And I remember when I used to coach Chess Bra, Eric Hansen, I used to like teach him this variation with the white pieces, and at that time he had an amazing results. To be secret, to be actually honest and the real secret for you, I've been playing like for 7 years Caro-Kann with amazing results, and then in one tournament I lost to 4 GMs, 4 tournament games against this line with black pieces, and then I just said I'll quit Caro-Kann because of this. After bishop e2, c5, bishop e3, c takes, knight e7, knight d2. He wants to go with knight 2 on f3. That's exactly what he did. He jumps with the knight on f3, overprotects the pawn on e5, and goes for overprotecting knight on d4. After bishop g4, this one, g6, knight takes e6, bishop g5, bishop e7, bishop f4. And this type of variation is considered to be a little bit better for white. What's a good thing about this type of the game for black? The fact that he somehow managed to almost exchange the dark square bishops, while at the same time the light square bishop hits the pawn on d5 and has some problem with the activity. So knight on c6 definitely should be doing better than bishop on f3. If you want my honest opinion, I think that this opening went pretty well for black. Then we have Murzin against Demchenko. Murzin last move is rook to d4. Position looks like pretty much a drawish. Knight takes f2 doesn't work because rook f1 would just trap the piece, so that would be an easy win for white. He has to move this knight, but you know what? If I have to choose the side to, like to pick here and to go on, that would be white. Because the queens are off and this pawn, queenside pawn majority could be one of the decisive things in this type of game. Although position just should be absolutely equal. Manuel Petrosian against Gavrilescu. So it was French, knight f6, bishop g5, d takes, knight e4, knight bd7, h6, and here Manuel Petrosian opted for this one. I believe one of the most critical things here is knight takes f6, followed by bishop e3, which we saw in the first round of this tournament. He went with bishop takes f6, bishop d3, capturing by bishop, and that bishop won't be able to move for the rest of the game. Queen e2 to go long castles, playing c3, capturing. Of course, don't even wonder he cannot take because of discover check. So after knight e5 and after knight e5, we just have to see. Just a moment, we already have one guy who's about to finish his game. Just a moment to see that. I can't believe that somebody already finished his game. Oh my goodness. So Kadric is already winning in his game against Kuparadze. What's happening here? We haven't even started this broadcast and he's winning. Let's see. Okay, we're just going to wait, and I believe we're going to get that guy as a guest if he finishes his game in time. He takes c6, c3, bishop d6, bishop d3, castles, queen c2, rook e8, knight e2, and he went for the popular h5. Kuparadze played castle, h4, h3, and this variation, if you remember from the World Cup, was considered to be slightly better after the game Ivic blew down. Kadric went for knight d7, bishop e3, knight f8, c4, bishop b8, very sneaky. He wants to go with queen c7, queen d6, going for the battery. After rook e1, g5. He knows his stuff. Why? Because he wants to go for the battery and to avoid bishop f4. Bishop f5, Kuparadze did. Kadric went for this, and after bishop c8, went with check, queen h1, bishop h2. Take a look at this crazy game. Bishop takes b7, and knight went on e6. He's now threatening knight takes d4, bishop d4, queen g1. Kuparadze played f3. Kadric played knight f4. Threatening in this position. Okay, take a look at this. There are so many threats. Kuparadze played queen f2. Kadric jumped here, threatening knight g3 mate. King e2. Bishop g3 going after the queen, taking on e1, and wait a sec. Oh my goodness, he was threatening knight g3 here, so queen cannot take because of queen g2, I guess. Oh, this is so good. King to d3, and rook takes e3. What's happening with this guy in this tournament? Dennis is doing really great so far. Rook takes e3, king takes e3, and now it's his turn. Let's see what he's gonna come up with. So this is gonna be a really, really interesting game, and I'm looking forward to guess him here if he really finishes this game in a great style. You know what? After this, most likely he should be going with. There are some, I can feel that this is like completely winning for black. He just has to go and find a way. One of the most exciting games, Kuparadze is just blitzing out. It's 1 hour since they began this game, and he's already completely winning. This is very interesting in such an important moment with white pieces to be lost after nearly 1 hour. That's completely crazy. Okay, we'll go back to this game a little bit later. Okay. That's the thing. Let's go with other games. Somebody said much better to concentrate the commentaries in a few games than say almost nothing in all of them. I highly disagree, but okay, we all have our approach. So sorry, man, but I'm going to cover most of the games. Kadric is winning. That's a big thing. And let's carry on with the analysis of other games as well. Šarić against Dvirny, just like I told you, it's like pretty good opening. That opening went well for black. Then we have Murzin Donchenko. We analyzed this one. Gavrilescu against Manuel Petrosian. He played this 95. Gavrilescu played bishop f6. Petrosian now installed his knight into the center and played f4. By maintaining his famous French, Scandinavian, and Caracan knight, he's just doing a great job here. Okay, so what else? We have Aydin Süleymanlı against Şan Sargsyan. This was one of those English openings. He hasn't played d4, so it's not a Catalan. So after bishop e7, castles, played b3, and after b6, bishop b2, bishop b7, e3. If you remember, one of the main ideas in this type of position is to go with queen e2, to go with d3, to jump with this knight on d2 or c3, to go back with the knight on e1, recapture by knight on g2, and go with f4, g4, g5 with the attack onto the king side. So after like c5, queen e2, knight c6, rook to d1, knight c3, captured like this, played that d3, and here one of the main ideas by white, okay, here black went for the knight on c6, but one of the main ideas, if for example the knight was on d7, is to go back with the knight on e1, recapture by knight on g2, and then by pushing these pawns f4, g4, g5, kind of launch the attack on the king side, while his opponent doesn't have many possibilities and how to break there. Okay, the thing is, we just have to move on to the next one. Yannick Igor against Dmitry Kolars. So Yannick is doing good so far. He went g3, bishop g2, d takes, knight f3, c6, knight e5. So many Catalan games lately. I really think this is like so popular, and it just shows that you have like those two approaches. Here, to either go, okay, in this opening it went a little bit different, but the thing is, you either have to go with the knight c3 or to go with this Catalan. By playing all these Catalan games with white pieces here, they're just bringing the fashion back to the Catalan opening with white pieces, which is very interesting. Bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop c3, knight takes c6, Kolars sacrificed an exchange. I already like this for black. As soon as I see some sacrifices, then I'm very happy with those type of games. At least they are looking exciting for us who just commentate them, and for you who actually watch them. So here, I wouldn't dare to take an exchange like this and go with all these weaknesses on the light squares, playing from white's point of view. After b4, it's black's turn. I also call this guy Kolars Dmitry because I've been following his chess and improvement. He's one of the guys who is going to compete for top places. He wasn't doing that good in the first part of the tournament. He managed to win yesterday. And for example, I already very much like his position here with the black pieces. He's taking good calculated risk, and he just wants to win and to compete for qualifying places for the World Cup. Okay, Kuzubov against Alsina. This is a very difficult type of position for black. For example, when I'm black, I hate this type of games. They absolutely have this Botvinnik pawn structure, c4, d3, e4. They stop in the center my counter chances. They stop my counter chances with b5, and now they just want to easily kill me on the king side. Although there is one thing here for black, not as one thing. Last move was 98 for a couple of reasons. He wants to go with the knight on c7 and to break with b5. He wants to go with the knight on c7, reroute this knight on e6, and jump into the center on d4. And finally, he even keeps an option in some variations to break and play f5. Quite an interesting position, and I'd say even though 98 I like a lot, I still prefer a lot more white's position. Then Safarli against Stelios Halkias, a pretty difficult position from positional point of view. He went for those three knights, played bishop c4, where he just controls the d5 square. So after like d6, d3, h6, castles, knight f6, knight d5, bishop e7, c3, castles, h3, and just like I told you, here it's all about controlling the center and taking advantage of the d5 square. Let's see what is happening before we actually carry on. This is the 27th board. Let's go take a look at that Kadric's game. He's taking his time against Kuparadze. He's completely winning, and we're still waiting for his move after he took on a3. So his last move was rook take. This is absolutely amazing and such an important game because Kadric is doing so good so far in the tournament, and this win would almost give him a qualifying spot. Also, I believe for the first time in his life with this game, he would just break 2600 barrier. So we're just waiting for his move. Still nothing. He's probably thinking about like some decisive moves. Dominik Horvat against Velimir Ivic. I gotta tell you something more about this game. Velimir Ivic is currently Serbian champion. Very interesting about this fight is that Velimir played against the same guy in the World Junior Championship like 3 months ago in Italy. I was there as his coach, and Velimir defeated this guy. So once again, they're just playing against each other, and that means a lot. If you beat up somebody and just like in a couple of months you play once again against him, here Dominik Horvat is improving a lot. He just went for that Nigel Short's line. Velimir opted for knight e7, h6, knight bd2, knight d7, bishop g6, queen c7, and he goes with the most flexible setup with the black pieces. So after like c3, after knight c6, bishop d2, queen b6, rook b1, queen a6, exchanging the queens. So after queen a6, b takes a6, we have just an equal type of the game. Velimir probably should be pretty happy with opening outcome, and he's absolutely okay in this type of the game. What is this? This maybe was and began as a Karakan, but if you just take a look at this, he exchanged the light square bishops, he traded the queens off, and this is like a good version of the advanced French, without a weak light square bishop and where the queens are just traded off. Let's see if Kadric in his game just made a move. He already finished his game. Congratulations to that guy. And you know what? I'm going to do abracadabra, chiribu, chiriba. We just want Denis Kadric to show up here in like 10 seconds. So take a look at this one. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And guys, look at this. So that's the point, and the guy is just here. I'm a good wizard, as you see. You won. Congratulations, buddy.
That was a very fun game for me.
Please share your thoughts and analysis about the game. This is amazing. You won within 1 hour.
Yeah, that was okay. I mean, he's very famous for blitzing in real games, right? So I don't know. I kind of, but I also like to play a little bit fast, especially if I know what my engine told me that before the game, then I definitely play also fast. I decided for the Karo-Kan. Normally, I'm not really the biggest Karo-Kan player. I played like maybe in my life, maybe 6-7 times. But I saw he always plays the same. And like on chess.com, like bishop a3, c4 line that he played later on, like move, let's say 10, he has like 50 games in that. He only plays that. So I found some line where he has to know, if he knows he is objectively slightly better, but I also prepared there very, very deeply, so I think I would be okay, like objectively to equalize. But it's a very dangerous position. So, but he played one move later on. We can actually see what happened.
Let's take a look, and you can make the moves
sure.
here. And yeah, you're now the leader.
Sure. So e4, c6, d4. I mean, all very normal. This is a line that's last, I would say, 3-4 years has been played all the time. Knight f6, ef6. Okay, so this is the main line, and now here, yeah, this is all normal. h4, h3, knight d7. And now here, I believe white has 2 setups. Actually more, he has like maybe 3-4 setups. One is bishop d2, rook a e1. The other one is bishop e3. And then after knight f8, what happened in the game, he can go or c4 or rook a d1 without pushing c4. I think that...
Do you remember how Kadrić played again? Not Kadrić,
Kadrić,
sorry.
I played, I can show you very soon how Kadrić played
How
this.
Ivić played against Blue Bound.
Okay, Ivić, I believe he played bishop d2, rook a e1.
Bishop d2, rook a to e1, okay.
I think he played like that, bishop d2, rook a e1. Then also Huschenbeth Niklas played, I think the same, the World Cup against Xiong Jeffrey. He played bishop e3, knight f8, rook a d1 without c4. So there are some like move orders, but in all of them, like it's an interesting play. Like okay, but this really like became popular because of engine showing that's actually, because if you look at it like from a, I don't know, from just a positional aspect, it's very stupid to play this, I believe, because you have like on one side like 3 against 4, they are double, so every end game you're like worse, supposed to be, I guess. But engines actually hold it very easily somehow, so that's why this kind of, and as we will see like in the game. Okay, so here bishop e3, knight f8, c4. I was preparing for this, I believe like 3 hours at least. Only this. I didn't look at anything else. If
so you found 50 games by this guy on
chess.com. He only plays this. He doesn't play anything else. So I looked only a little bit at the other stuff because okay, if he plays something else, I will know a little bit. Then we're gonna play. But he always plays this. So here I chose. Okay, here the best move according to like engines in like on big depth is bishop e6. But the positions he can play very easily. Later on, like he exchanges the bishops. It's equal, but I cannot really do like anything. So I went for this bishop b8 move. So the idea is very obvious. I want to actually just go queen c7 and give him a checkmate. So here now what he should be playing is, I looked here, sorry, he played the best move, sorry, rook e1. Why rook e1? Why not, let's say, a logical rook a d1? Because if he goes now rook a d1, then I have, I believe, just queen d6. Yeah, just queen d6, and now you cannot go bishop f4 because rook e2.
That's a nice trick. You can show that on the board because
rook a d1, let's say.
Not all the times GMs follow us.
Yeah, queen d6. So now, I mean, on knight f4, I probably just have g5. He cannot do anything. So on queen d6, bishop f4, I have the trick rook e2. I just take on e2, you take on d6, I take on c2, you take on b8, and now I believe I just take on b2.
I believe Sedlak and Injic played quite a few number of games like a couple of years ago.
True.
So it's nice.
Yeah, so here the best move is actually rook fe1. The reason for that is if I go now queen c7, now I believe knight f4 is the move.
And what if g5 now?
g5, just knight h5. The king now escapes. King f1 and king e2, and now I'm collapsing completely on the king side. So that's why rook f1 is the best. And now here, this is not the move that people normally play. I believe here maybe even Sedlak played some bishop d7, which is also okay, but I went for this most aggressive g5. So after g5, now my idea is, now I want to go just queen d6 next, queen
You're
c7.
preventing knight f4 and bishop
And now
f4.
here the best move is, which wasn't, because of the way how he played, I actually checked all of his games on chess.com, and I saw how he always plays this position. So he very often just goes like king f1 himself. So here my main move was actually if he plays king f1 right now, immediately. And then I will show you like what I was analyzing. But here the main move for white is to go bishop d2. What's the reason for that is that now after queen d6, now he has f4. Now his bishop is not hanging anymore. And now this is a very interesting position. And now here I had some like
Don't show all the analysis. Today I was drinking coffee and beer with your dad, and he said, "Don't reveal all the analysis." I said, "Okay."
Yeah, I'm not. So that's by far the best move. But to be honest, I analyzed much more king f1 because he plays like this very often. So how he plays, this is like my main line. King f1, this, he has to go like knight g1, let's say, queen h2. And now here the best move is bishop e4. And now here I had like still like 10, 15 moves like of like many lines here after bishop e4. I also checked bishop f5. It's not the best move, but in his games on chess.com he very often went bishop f5 move. And here now the move is, and now we're gonna transpose to the game. And I want to actually now like
Queen h1.
Queen h1, bishop c8, bishop h2. And when he played, I was so mad at myself because here I was actually thinking in the game what happened. Rook f1, g5, he went bishop f5, and I was like, oh, you are so stupid, why didn't you check this? Like, because at the beginning, I didn't actually realize that I'm gonna just transpose, because I went this tempo with queen h2, queen h1. So then I was like happy because I actually like knew this line pretty well. This, bishop h2. I believe bishop b7. Wait, what's here the best move? Can he even survive, or is it bishop? Yeah, probably bishop b7. Yeah.
What if king e2 here?
King e2, I believe I just can take on c8.
Yeah, you're right.
And queen g2.
He's falling apart.
Yeah, so bishop b7, and now this is the only move, knight e6. So this, I had all, knight e6, and now I believe the only way for him not to just resign immediately is f4. And that's what I had on the board, but, I mean, on chess base. But this is impossible to find, because after gf4, you have to find out this move.
Oh, no way.
g4, and now you are actually just like...
And Kuparadze cannot find it without blitzing.
You are only slightly worse. Queen g2, king g2, rook a b8. That was my line. And you are like slightly worse here at the end. Like, nice. I think you take on h2, rook b7, and then you take on e3.
Nice, we love it.
But it's actually even that's equal. So, but here he didn't end. The funniest thing here is because normally, why would you ever do that? I felt, to be honest, like Hans Niemann against Carlsen. Because if I knew, do you know why? You know why? Because why would you even check this? Because the engine gives only f4 like minus 0.60, everything else like minus 5. So why would I even check f3? But for some reason, at that moment, I actually looked at f3. Like, what happens if he goes f3? Like, I just checked for, like, normally I don't do this. So here I got super lucky that actually, I mean, probably I would find it anyways, probably, but I would spend so much time. Here I knew that knight f4 is the move. Now I'm threatening actually rook e3, queen g1, checkmate. So he has to go queen f2. And now here, knight e3, it seems like it's also good. But here I went the best because I looked at this, knight h5. And now here I didn't remember anything anymore. I just knew that I saw knight h5 was like threatening knight g3, and I thought, okay,
nice.
This is not going to be on the board for sure. So yeah, but it happened. And now it's over. I mean, I'm threatening knight g3. He went king e2, the only move that makes sense, I believe. Bishop g3, and now it's just, I mean, he cannot move the knight to trap my queen anywhere.
He has to go queen
He has
f1.
to go, and now bishop e1. If you take queen e1, have rook e3, rook e8.
Yeah.
So you cannot take on e1 at all. On the rook e1, knight g3, on king e1. To be honest, on king e1, I was thinking just to play rook a b8. I like this one much more than taking on e3. The reason for that is, if you take now on c6, I take rook e3 with check, king d2, and then rook e6 back. Attacking your, like, let me just show what I mean. Like, if you take now here, I wanted now to take, and now let's say I go back rook e6, attacking your bishop, and still b2 hanging.
Yeah, nice.
On bishop b5, a6, and I take on b2. So that's what I was thinking if he goes for this. But he went king d3, and now, I mean, this is like puzzle rush.
Puzzle rush, rook
takes e3 here. Okay, but here I actually started to think again. Rook e3, I played very fast, and then I started thinking because I thought I have some
You were playing Kuparadze and you wanted to play fast now.
Yes, yes. I wanted like to show him, okay, I can do it better. So rookie, but yeah, I found actually the best. This 92 and now threatening 93. Everything was actually pretty much forced. And now, I mean, he cannot do anything. He went king b3 and now I just went rook b8. And he cannot move.
Amazing win.
He's not able to move.
Within 1 hour, in such an important moment,
Yes.
9th round with black pieces.
Yes, that was.
And we all know how strong you are with white.
Yeah.
So now you're gonna.
Attack.
He's gonna take the guard and he's gonna try
like,
to
come,
defend.
come. With black, like Petrov, and then.
So guys, you can expect ratty opening or some boring English by this guy in the next round. Dennis, congratulations, buddy.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great job so far.
Yeah.
And I just said, correct me if I'm wrong, did you break for the first time 2600?
I believe now I'm on live 26.
Oh la la.
We have like
job,
still,
buddy. All the
we have
best.
like 4 to 6 games more this month, so we're gonna see.
So you see, guys, we're just dealing with another 2600 GM.
It's very easy.
Okay, fantastic game. Seriously speaking, now this is a real challenge, for example, to analyze for the chess informant or something like that, or maybe for my YouTube channel. So it's gonna be a good one.
It's very good. I like it.
Thanks a lot, and
Sure.
congratulations in the last 2 rounds.
Thank you very much.
Amazing win.
Thanks.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay, so you could have seen what happened there. He just won his game within 1 hour, literally within 1 hour, with black pieces. But okay, this was absolutely mind-blowing game with all these sacrifices. Also, theoretically speaking, I mean, he was cutting edge prepared. He also, that was also a very important thing. He saw his opponent play like 50 games, same fashion on chess.com, which means watch out when you play those games online. Everybody can prepare for you. And that's exactly what happened to me in my Dragon once. So amazing win for Kadric. Let's take a look at some other games, but somebody asked me, can we check the game of International Master Stankovic? And Stankovic is playing, this is Injic against Guinness and Nestel. We'll check all these games. And Stankovic playing Laurosas, playing white. And he just needs to push for a win if he wants to become a GM. His opponent went for a Kana opening. He played bishop d3, castles, knight f6, queen e2, played that c4, captured on c6, and now played f5. This is going to be a long-lasting game. He definitely seems to know what he's doing in this type of the game. Black probably should be going with some knight h5 and knight g3 at some point. That's why white is not going to go for any h3. Although black is going to have problems with castle and with king stability, because the king cannot find an easy place and where to go here, which could be potentially his big problem in this position. Okay, Stankovic is doing great. He's having like space advantage, and we're now just getting back to the games and to the moment where we stopped. And we stopped at the game Dominik Horvat against Ivic. I was talking about this game, and I just told you how Ivic absolutely doesn't have an opening problems in this type of position, so he already equalized playing black. Then Nikola Djukic against Iskandarov. I was just talking to Nikola last night, and I told him, just follow my analysis and you'll get back to your record rating, and Nikola is doing good. Okay, so in this game against Iskandarov, another guy who played Kana opening, another guy who played bishop d3, and after bishop c5, knight b3, bishop a7, went for queen e2. He likes to trade these dark square bishops off. I believe he also played one more game like this, playing for my club, Chess Club Požega, in Serbian league. This guy played a3, Nikola captured, and this is current position. White seems to be Okay, I was about to say that white is better, but I don't see any special problems for black in the type of the game like this, so I would say position is pretty unclear. Okay, then we have another game. That's the game between Yargus Peshek and Gadim Bailey Abdullah. Gadim Bailey is playing some sort of French here. Was this French? Yes, it was French. Knight f6. It's Steinitz variation. Bishop e3, a6. Captured on d4. Played like this. And take a look at this one. This is a very interesting type of, strategically speaking, type of position in chess. You play typical French. And I absolutely think that white has an absolute control of the game here. Simply, black is dealing with a light square bishop. And light squared bishop has to be considered as a bad piece, because all the black pawns are on the light squares and bishop is on d7. So bishop is somehow surrounded by its own pawns, and it doesn't have any kind of activity in that type of position. Just because of that, we just have to consider this a long-lasting advantage for white, and this is not going to be an easy job for black to hold the game. Then we have Garibi and Mamikon against Hovhannisyan. They drew this game early. Kadric made a fantastic win. You could have seen his analysis, and it's one of those most beautiful games in the competition. Sunny Kidze against Lagarde. It's queen a4, I believe, against Queen's Indian. So knight f3, b6, g3, bishop a6, and Sunny Kidze went for that queen a4. I remember playing 7 tournament games against queen a4, and believe it or not, I have 7 draws. It's extremely tough nut to crack. So Lagarde went for c5, bishop g2, bishop b7, taking. This is why I also have all these draws, because it's very difficult to crack white's position. They absolutely have a nice and a healthy pawn structure. They don't have any weaknesses to play against, but also they have nothing that's special with the white pieces either. In the game was castles, bishop g5, a6 to stop knight b5, to go with rook a7 and rook c7 at some point, not immediately. And f3 is made because of that, because he wanted to go rook a7, rook c7, but rook a7, knight b5 could be met with check and a takes b5. And that's why after f3, now you can't play rook a7 because of knight b5, and you cannot take because of queen a7, and you don't have anymore that intermediary check on b7 to defend a rook on a7. So f3 is just a little bit better for position for white, and that's what I told you. It is extremely difficult to make any kind of improvement in these positions for black. And that's why, speaking from my own pretty rich experience playing black, this is most likely going to be a game around equal all the time. Then Lupulescu Ahmadzada, this is interesting. Somebody previously made a commentary like, why don't you analyze few games all the time instead of analyzing all these games? Guys, can you imagine what would happen if I just focus myself and pay attention only on 10 games? First of all, I believe giving a chance to all these guys to find themselves and analysis of their games in the live games, it's nice. Second thing, it's really refreshing. On most of these top boards, you have boring Petrov, you have some Berlin defense, you have some other type of, I don't know, Rai Lopez or these type of boring Queen's Gambit openings. And here we have such a big and refreshing games. So take a look at this one. Kadric won his game within 1 hour. He played a fantastic game, even though it was played on the 31st board. Then we have like some other type of the games in the past rounds on other boards. So I don't think that was a good suggestion, sorry, but I highly disagree with your suggestion. So after g6, bishop e2, knight f3, castles, bishop e3. This bishop e2 and bishop e3 approach was launched by Matthias Blubaum, German, one of the top German GMs, almost 2,700 rated. And the idea is to just at some point go with exactly e5 and take on c5. That's what Lupulescu did here. And after this, Ahmadzada played e4, sacrificed an exchange, went for something like this. And just like you see, there's complete mess on the board. And I absolutely think this is a very, very nice position for both. White, he's got 3 pawns in the rook, and black, on the other hand, has 4 minor pieces. That's a big thing. Okay, this is like a very big a game to follow because I really believe, even though, for example, Engin could prefer white because of all this material thing, I don't think that black should complain with those 4 minor pieces, and he's full of and with lots of counter chances almost in every single moment. Then we have Vugar Rasulov against this guy. Oops, we're just loading the game, so we're just having some problems, and we're just having problems with net. Does it mean that we just have to stop here and to say it's time for a coffee before we actually improve our internet? I believe that should be the case. So guys, see you a little bit later. I just have to make this better, and see you in like a couple of minutes. A nije nam se ovo dešavalo prethodnih dana, to je njihov prenos, jeba ih internet, mora da im kažem. Ovaj Denis je kralj, brate, on je najjači. Da, opet, to mi je učenik, znaš. Da, mnogo je dobar tip, znaš, da je ban to. back, guys, to the live coverage of the European Individual Championship, 9th round, and now we are having some different kinds of situations in comparison to what we had like in the beginning of the games. Sarana against Korobov, certainly the most important game so far in the whole tournament, because Sarana playing white, Korobov is the sole leader of the tournament. We've seen the opening part. I'm just going very fast through it. And you remember that at this point, we just stopped. And after like rook c1, g6, we stopped at this point. Sarana went for bishop a4, activating the light square bishop and fighting against the knight on c6 and consequently pawn on e5. Korobov played queen e7. And after knight e3, Sarana was hoping to jump on d5. Korobov captured on d4, knight e4, e takes d4. After queen d4, knight e4. Knight e4 was one of those, oops, sorry, this is a mouse slip. So after knight e4, looks like here, after knight g4, he just had a very nice initiative. After queen g5, Sarana went for bishop d7, and now it's black's turn. You know what? I've been thinking about this position. Korobov's rook on c8 is under the attack. At the same time, he wants to go with some rook takes c4 followed by knight f6. And this looks like a very difficult position for Korobov. Maybe even if it's not that difficult, don't get me wrong, if there is nothing concrete, at least it looks very shaky for black. So Sarana has a very nice initiative. Okay, I'm not saying it's not defendable. I'm just saying I definitely would prefer white pieces here. And for example, let's take a look at this position. If you go with, for example, rook to c7 or rook to d8, going after that bishop, even rook takes e4 followed by knight f6 could be decisive. I'm just wondering if rook c5, can rook, no, so I can't take on e4 because the rook on c1 is hanging. So that's the point. So let me just see, if rook c7, but wait a sec, if rook c7, or rook d8, I'll go with h4. And my bishop on d7 temporarily defends the knight on g4. I want to go with h4, moving the queen away from pressuring that rook on c1 and threatening rook takes e4 next. So practically, if bishop d7, only move probably should be rook c5 in that case, right? And on rook c5, I just go with h4. And if I go h4, queen h4, I'll go rook takes c4, bishop e4, I once again have knight f6. So it looks like bishop d7, rook c5, h4, black just has to go with queen d2. But in that case, I'll go knight f6. So I'm using the deflection. And by jumping with my knight on f6, this is just like I told you. Maybe and probably I'm missing something here. Maybe I'm not even sure if the rook c5 should be the best move for black here. Maybe there is something, you know, like something that black can go for. But take a look at this. Sarana is the one who's definitely have an advantage here. He's the one who's having like pressure on the dark squares against the king on g8. He's the one who's threatening rook takes e4. So definitely this is gonna be, there have been some, okay, so somebody said rook c5, h4, queen d2. So I was right, queen h4 pins the e4 knight and sets up for fork. Exactly. So rook c5, h4, queen d2. But if queen d2, I have knight f6, right? Probably king h8 is the only move. And if that one black could defend, then that should be okay. But you know what? This looks extremely dangerous, at least for black. I'm not saying it's anything that concrete or even winning for white. I'm just saying it's extremely dangerous for black. And there is one last thing that you just have to notice in this position. It's a problem with the time for Korobov. He's slowly but surely running out of time. He's left like 6 minutes. At this moment, he spent nearly 32 minutes for this run, for this move. That actually shows that he's having difficulties. Let's see, I believe spending so much time on one move probably means that he's going to be able to find it. But there are so many threats. You said rook e4 is a threat. Bishop c8 is a threat. Rook e4 is a threat. Followed by knight f6. h4 always can be included, you know, like it's a very nice inclusion for white. Bishop on d7 defends that knight on g4. Oh my goodness, this looks so promising for Sarana at this point. So this is really, really looking good for white. Let's move on to the next game, but we definitely have to move back to this game because there will be some blitzing here. Although keep in mind, Korobov is one of the best players or used to be best players in the world in blitz and rapid chess. When I was talking to him here, he told me that he was almost 2900 in rapid chess, so that makes him really good. Benjamin Gladura against Gelfand Boris. Question is, can white take on b6? I don't know. Taking on b6 involves lots of risk because of e5 by black. So if bishop b6, e5, that gives black quite a big amount of threats, and somehow black pieces are connected, quite compact, and this could be dangerous. Also, as far as I understood how Gladura plays his games, he doesn't like to go into risky type of games. Okay, let's go with next one. Alexander Pretke against Daniel Darda. So this is another, okay, I was considered this position a lot better for white right after the opening, but I don't think he's gonna have anything that's special here. So as far as I'm concerned, this is pretty much equal. Then Esipenko against Biera Jonas, it's pretty much drawn. Are there transmission problem from the site? Do you think there are some, do you think that I should refresh this page? Could be that they have problems with the internet. So let me just do a refreshing thing with this. So what's happening there? So let's just see this one. Let me just go with this one. So let's go with, once again, with all the games. Do we have any? Sarana played bishop d7, so nothing. Here we have, 35 minutes for Korobov. Definitely. Do you know what is like way more interesting? That in none of other positions these people don't make moves, and basically we have almost in all these games some transmission problems. And yeah, they do have problems with transmitting these moves. Bishop e3 was the last move in Esipenko's game. This is a little bit better for Kirill Shevchenko against Vrnjacki. Paravian against Cheparinov looks definitely better for Paravian. I spoke about this game. I said how I liked black's position and the way of playing, but I don't see compensation for Cheparinov. Then we have Brakichant after queen f5. Bakra is once again playing very strong, and he's one of the top favorites for this tournament, especially with the play that he's showing in the last couple of rounds. Really, really high level, grinding down his opponent. Started to play this e4 very well theoretically prepared, so Bakra is Nils Grandelius drew against Frederick Zvane. In the meantime, then Ponomariov seems to be better, but do you know what is like very interesting. In all these games, it looks like one of the guys hasn't made a move for 25 minutes. That definitely means that we have transmission problems. Santos Latasa, look at this, 25 minutes as well. By the way, this is around equal. Nguyen against Gumlers, another 25 minutes. So you know what, probably we should check what's happening with this broadcast. And no, it's not about 15 minutes delay. They just told me, and I was informed like half an hour ago that they do have some problems with the transmission. So we just have to see what's happening there. Because you see, I don't get the moves. And even though I refresh the page, positions haven't changed for like 25 minutes, which is like very, very interesting here. So nothing, I'm just going to discuss with you like these positions that, so let's just see some results there. Jan Shubel drew against Nijat Abbasov. That's another big result for this guy. Another Zvane brother, he also drew. So these brothers, Zvane, they're doing great, both of these. Korkolos against, look at this. For example, for Korkolos, you're missing the move for more than, okay, here it's Rook D1 was the last move, so now it's, Korabov is not going to lose on time for sure, so definitely they do have some problems. But in the meantime, at least, let's see those draws. So Grandelius drew against Frederick Zvane, Nijat Abbasov drew against Jan Shubel, Yair Parhov drew against Zvane Rasmus, Koboli against Sargsyan. Azarov beat Jules Musar. Let's take a look at this game, and oh my goodness, take a look at this one. Azarov managed to win this guy. Oh, let's take a look at the game. So it was Najdorf with bishop g5, that a little bit sidelined with the knight b7. And after bishop c4, black went for queen b6. After bishop b3, defending the pawn on b2, played e6. Queen d2 castles. We spoke about this game and we said it's a pretty crazy type of position with mutual chances. After queen c7, f3, b5, knight a4, this is where we stopped. And we just said, okay, position is with mutual chances, maybe a little bit better chances at this moment had white, but nothing that special. So let's see, bishop d7, threatening knight on a4. He had to do something with this knight. D takes c5. And all of a sudden, Azarov played knight f5. What a lovely move. I like it a lot. He played knight f5. He takes advantage of the king being on e8 and rook being on e1. Jules Musar captured. Oh, I like it a lot. Bishop f4. What a nice tempo. And after queen c8, recapturing and threatening to take on e7 or play queen d6. So the guy played castles. Oh my goodness. And as soon as probably Jules Musar thought that he will have to somehow solve the problems after rook e7, boom, bishop takes h6. I like it from practical point of view. Maybe it's not the best move in this position. I don't know, because we're just not going too deep into those analyses, but he now threatens to play bishop g7 after g takes, which turns out to be a crucial mistake. He now took on e7, played queen h6, played queen g5, and came up with this one. Oh, what a nice combination by Azarov. This is absolutely very, very nice. This is really, really nice game by Azarov. This is 24 moves miniature. Once again, Jules Musar suffered with the black pieces, this time against Sergei Azarov. Big win by this guy. Let me just refresh the page and see if anything might happen here. So let's go on to the game of Sarana against Korobov. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. Definitely we're experiencing some broadcasting problems. Let's just do what we did in previous, like half an hour, analyzed these games in current positions. Dvirny is just better against Šarić. Knight better against the bishop. I told you that during the a live stream. Another thing is Murzin Volodar against Donchenko. It's looking drawish all the time. Manuel Petrosian against Gavrilescu looks a little bit better, maybe for white, but nothing that special. Aydin Süleymanli against Shant Sargsyan. Now we get the updates. So let's take a look at the game Sarana against Korobov. Korobov made the only move. So he went for rook c5, I told you. And now I see only possibility with h4. And now, since probably Sarana is going to take his time, let's immediately jump onto the next one because we've been discussing and analyzing these games for a while. So, Benjamin Gledura against Boris Gelfand. You see, even position cannot be updated. This is like really, okay. We finally have it. Benjamin Gledura played bishop f3. Yeah, I told you that taking on b6 involves quite a big amount of risk. And I told you that Gledura usually avoids these kinds of complications. So he just went for bishop f3. We discussed this position. Let's go on to the next one. Pretke against Darda. Nothing that special. Position is pretty much drawn most of the time. Then we have Esipenko. Esipenko keeps on trying to improve his middle game. He definitely looks a little bit better in a type of the game like this. He threatens to take the bishop on e4. So White has to do something with that bishop. That's very interesting. And is he gonna take on c6 and decide to give up the bishop pair? Or he's maybe going to go with something else, but for example, some knight g5, but I believe bishop c6, rook a7 variation, in which case he gives up the bishop pair but wins the pawn. So that could be one of ideas in this position. Or he's gonna go for something else, maybe move like knight g5. That could be one of ideas there. Then what else? Can you take a look at Pretke Darda? What's your take on that game? Nothing special, absolutely equal type of the game. Looks nice for Sarana. Somebody says, yes, it does look nice for Sarana, but I guess he hasn't made his move yet. After rook c5, it's White's turn. Okay. Then what else do we have there? Bishop f3, bishop e4, bishop c4. Then we have Vrnjacki against Shevchenko. Shevchenko was a little bit better in that position, mainly thanks to a healthy pawn structure. We're still waiting for the game to upload. So definitely experiencing some internet problems today. Look at this, the game doesn't want to get uploaded. It's pretty difficult for us to follow games this way. We're still waiting for the game to be uploaded. And we just have to apologize, but it's above us. So I'd like to say it's not our fault. We're just trying the best to do something, but take a look at this. It's not gonna be working like this. Let me just see what's happening there, because we won't be able to work like this without even being able to upload. Without even being able to upload the games. It's break. We gotta make break. I have to apologize for this. This is just gonna be a short one. Guys, we really have to apologize for these breaks, especially as the tournament is, you know, slowly but surely getting decided now. But I believe we found a solution. Looks like the problem was about chess 24 because we couldn't upload the games. And now we're just trying to solve this problem by doing it from another site. So let's see if it's gonna work this way. So somebody just sent me a message that chess 24 is working again. But let's now go with this way because we already did it, and then we can re-upload on chess 24, so it's working absolutely fine again. So this is the one we're gonna do like this for the next hour. So lots of things happen in the meantime. First of all, let me just show you, we stopped at this point after bishop d7. Here, for all of you who remember, Sarana played bishop d7. He's been threatening that h4, and the thing was, he also threatened rook takes e4. Now I can even make an arrows, which is way better for you. So knight f6, weak king, and maybe this is gonna be just easier for all of us. And the thing is, after like bishop d7, rook c5, so after like bishop d7, rook c5, played rook cd1. I was discussing here about some h4 ideas and said that if in case of this he would just take here, do this one and go with knight f6, which could be winning. But the thing was that after like rook cd1, he played rook cd1, and after rook cd1 in the game goes with h5, rook e4, this one, rook g4, and now queen e5 was the last move. So Sarana captured on d6. Just like you see, he's up a pawn in the same color of bishops, and he's got a nice practical chances to win this game. It's not a huge advantage because Black has some sort of like activity and counter chances in this game, but I also don't see any special problems in White's position, so definitely it's the White who actually has control of the game. Then Benjamin Gledura against Boris Gelfand looks a little bit better for Gledura. He's got this strong knight on d6, all together with the bishop on f3. He just makes a very, very tough pressure on the d5 pawn and on the center. Here he can slowly grind down his opponent and go after the pawn on d5, which absolutely looks satisfying for White in this game. So definitely White seems to be a little bit better for sure. Alexander Pretke against Darda Daniel. So it's looking a little bit better for White. I don't see anything that's special about this advantage. It's pretty interesting that he just went with this rook ed8. I apologize, and it's just minimally better position for White here. Then we move on to the next game, and then we just have to move on to the game Esipenko against Jonas Bjerre. So what's this? He's up a pawn. He's got nice practical chances to push here for a win, and this is going to last a lot more because he's just up a pawn. Then we go to Bernatsky Shevchenko because we haven't seen this game for a while because we had these problems in transmission. So now we just have to see what's happening and what are the assessments of the game. Here, Black is just a little bit better because he's having more of activity. I believe this is defendable from White's point of view, but if someone can have like some sort of advantage, that should be Black. Then Paravian against Cheparinov. Okay, so at this guy. So after like, let me just take this one. So after like knight f2, he just defends on d3, and this absolutely looks practically better for a for white in this position. We move on to the next game. Etienne Bacro, Etienne Bacro is playing fantastic chess. He's now a lot better against Brkic. Brkic so far was doing really well in this tournament, but Bacro is just playing extremely strong. The last couple of rounds, he's just grinding down his opponents. In this game, you know what, for example, if queen e6, d takes e6, he doesn't have a possibility to play this one. For example, simple move like bishop d5 to defend the pawn on e6. He can't touch it because of rook f8 mate on the back rank. This is absolutely winning for white. So this is like a very nice position for white there. It's completely winning for Bacro. Frederick Zvane drew against Nils Grandilius. We spoke about this one. Ponomarev against Dragnev. Ponomarev is doing great. I told you that I was preferring his position a lot more. He had that attack along the g file. Now he's just played like c4. His opponent played bishop e7, and it's Ponomarev's turn. He just has to make a move. We'll just wait for his, but okay, this is technically winning. And that's why I told you in the beginning that so many possibly interesting games might happen there. So Ponomarev is winning in his game. Namik Guliev, take a look at this one against Santos Latasa Jaime. It's drawn. It's drawn, and nobody won't be able to do anything here. It's gonna be draw. Nguyen against Gumulars. Looks like, yeah, it looks like pretty much equal, unless white comes up with something special in this type of the game. But as far as I see, this is like a very, very equal type of position. Nijat Abbasov drew against a young Slovenian player, Jan Šubelj. So another great result for a Slovenian player playing black, an easy draw. Jair Parhov against Rasmus Vane, it's drawn. So Vocaturo against Korkolos Arditis Stamatis. Korkolos is completely, let me just see, 3-5. He's up a pawn. He's up a pawn. I was about to say completely winning. Looks like a lot better. To me even, yeah, for example, just pushing that pawn to just a moment. Do you get these games on the board? Yes, you do get the games on the board. So rook to d6 was the last move, and now Korkolos played knight to e6. So they're just knight to e6. Okay. He's up a pawn. That pawn on b3 is potentially very dangerous piece, and that makes this position being a lot better for black. Let's go to the next one. Young Gurel Edis. Young Gurel Edis playing against Varmer de Max. So here it's black to Varmer de Max trying to make some sort of attack connected with these double rooks on the h file. The problem is they cannot go with any rook h2 check because of bishop on g1. Both of these knights are just well controlling like f5 and d5 squares. Position maybe looks a little bit better for white, but I'm sorry, for black. I'm just saying maybe this is roughly equal type of the game. Then we have a game between Martirosyan against Majdalishvili. Martirosyan against Majdalishvili. This is his another position where I believe black probably has to take on e1, and if he takes on e1, knight takes e1, and start pushing this pawn to d4, and afterwards to d3. So this could be with a tiny bit better practical chances for black, but let's be honest and say that this is pretty much drawish here. Okay, then we have Leon Levic against Anton Guijarro. Last move by black was rook f4. Leon Levic against Anton Guijarro. Rook f4. Guijarro has a little bit better activity. That bishop on b7 supports the pawn on e4. Pawn on e4 turns out to be a very dangerous piece for especially, but okay, it's maybe a little bit better for black. I definitely think that in this type of game, white's position looking pretty much defendable. So next game is Ivan Šarić against Daniel Dverny. So we have like bishop against the knight. Will Šarić be able to just go with the draw in this type of the game? So I guess he just has to somehow get rid of that pawn on the h file and to play and to push that pawn up to h5. I believe by pushing the pawn to h5, he's going to be a step closer to a draw. So this looks like, and by the way, both of these guys just ran out of time trouble. So this is around equal. Then we just have to go for the next game, Manuel Petrosian against David Gavrilescu. So another looking like drawish type of position. Maybe white has control of the d file, but I don't see anything that special, and that how is he going to be able to benefit from having the d file. So this is not a big problem for this guy as well. So it's looking like another drawish type of the game. Soleimanli against Shant Sargsyan looks for sure better for black. He's got his upper pawn, so that's one thing. Another thing, somehow black piece is looking a little bit more active, which is a very important thing as well here. So this definitely looks in absolute control for black end. But you know what? I've noticed that this Sargsyan Shant in the last couple of days had lots of great middle game positions. Somehow he failed to realize most of these advantages, although black is the one who's having a lot better chances. Igor Yanik against Dmitry Kolars. It's looking winning for Yanik. That's very surprising because it wasn't like that at some point. Last time when we checked this position, black was doing better. Yanik is now looking winning, and he's up an exchange clearly, so probably some rook c2 followed by rook c7, doing some sort of tricks against the king. He just played b3. It's aimed against a4, but still I really like this rook c2 and rook c7 idea, although this looks by the way here advantage is that I can make these arrow moves, which is pretty good thing. By the way, both of these guys are on 23 minutes. They're getting closer to, but okay, this is technically easily winning for white. Kuzubov against Alsina. Its position, and that we spoke about in the beginning of this broadcast. I told you that from practical point of view, you just set up your game like this, and then you just successfully attack and play on the king side. And that's exactly what I told you there. And even though he had played that 98 move in the beginning out of the opening, somehow it's way easier for white. for example, he can go with the idea of, for example, knight f3, knight h4, and going after the pawn on f5. That's one thing. Another thing is that he might be going with something like, I don't know, maybe even bringing this rook all the way to e6 and sacking an exchange and somehow penetrating onto the light squares. I'm just saying this looks a lot better for white from a practical point of view. Eltad Safarli against Stelios Halkias. What's happening here? Like, he's up a pawn. That knight is on the rim of the board on h8. Last move is rook c5. Safarli seems to be winning here. Then Dominik Horvat against Ivic. Serbian champion is slowly but surely grinding down his opponent. He set his knights very nicely on c6 and b5. He's got pressure against the d4 pawn. Take a look at this one. It looks really weak, this pawn on d4. Pawn on b2 looks potentially weak. His knights are just doing great on b5 and c6, all together with the bishop on b6. Rook is doing a lot better, but white cannot touch it, because if he touches, pawn recaptures, threatens the knight, and goes after the pawn on d4. So this looks like a lot better for Ivic, but still I fail to find like a concrete way of simply penetrating into the black's camp, although he's definitely the one who's in control of this game. So Ivic is doing better. Last move is king d2. I don't know, can he move some of these pawns on the king side? And you probably have to decide whether you're supposed to push your pawn to f6 or to make something like g5, something like that. For example, an interesting thing could be f6, e takes, and I'm just wondering, should I be recapturing by pawn or by king? Because this seems logical, but then I might be having problems by the bishop here, so this could be a problem. Another thing in this position is what happens if I take by king, then I'm having problems how to increase pressure against the d4, maybe just going with the king f5, king g4. Who knows? This just seems to be better for Ivic, so the rest of this game he's going to be in full control. Djukic Iskandarov. Djukic, so materially wise, it's equal type of the game, but speaking of activity of pieces, definitely black is the one to be more proud of. This guy is having like problems on a2, f4, and probably here queen b2 is actually the only move here, right? Queen b2, threatening on a2, and I don't even see how is he going to defend some material here. Queen to b4 is not enough because a rook takes a2. So looks like black is just better in this position. So Nikola Djukic is suffering in this type of middle game. Then Tornikes Anikidze against Lagarde. We spoke about this game in the beginning. If you remember, I told you that I played 7 tournament games against the Queen A4 and the Queen's Indian, and all those games I drew. So I don't see anything different in this type of the game, although there are some threats by Lagarde connected, for example, with some rook b2 here, although nothing that special. Then let's move on to the next one. And you see, I'm just trying to check as many games as possible so we can be updated fast. Vuga Rasulov against Wojtaszek. Wojtaszek in his classic style looks like a little bit maybe better for him, but more like it's drawn type of the, it's more like drawish. So then we just go with Sabino Brunello against Nair. Another pretty much equalish type of the game. Okay, Nair is always a little bit better in his middle games, but somehow he also fails to win these games. Injic from Serbia, he's completely winning. That's a good news for Serbian fans. Injic seems to be completely winning because if queen b6, he's gonna take on d5 like this, and he's gonna be threatening rook c8. Okay, completely winning. He should be technically winning in this position, but there is still some way to go here. And we've seen like top 40 boards. I believe we now just have to go back to the most important game of today's round, Sarana against Korobov. Sarana is grinding down his opponent. He's up a pawn. He's got a great chance to push here for a win. They're in 28th move. Last move by Korobov was bishop e4. Korobov is running out of his time. So Sarana has two type of advantages. He's up a pawn, he's got a better rook, and also time-wise, he's the one who's also pressuring his opponent. So Sarana has great chance to push for a win here. Let's just take a look at the game. I believe if I was white, I would just play f3, not because I'm interested in chasing this bishop away, but I'm actually interested in bringing my king all the way to the center. That would be my idea, and I don't know if bishop b1, just get rid of that weakness. When they take, you take, and somehow you just have to make sure. But this is now like, okay, he would be clearly up a pawn and with a great chances to push for a win there. So last move in the game was bishop e4, and let's see how it's gonna go. I believe this is gonna be very difficult for Korobov to defend this game. He's down a pawn. Sarana has a chance to just get the full activity with his king, so anything is possible, but most likely what is having like big advantage. This is Benjamin Gledura against Boris Gelfand. Even previously it looked like a drawish type of the game. He can take on b4 and afterwards on b6. On the other hand, black's position also looks pretty okay. To take on e4, to take on d5, to bring his rook on the second rank. It's Gelfand's turn. You know what? Taking on e4 would keep that bishop being on d5 for a while, and if you now go back, then you just have to, your opponent has a possibility to at least keep the bishop on the board, in which case bishop should be doing way better than the knight. That's one thing. Another thing is, since he went with the rook b1, if he takes on d5, of course white has to recapture by pawn, then rook might be going on the second rank, and then you maybe don't care, but okay, then you have to cope with some d6, and it's not easy. What I'm actually trying to say, probably black has to go for his rooks on the second rank and trying to somehow benefit from having something like that in this game. So it's very interesting what might happen in this game. And definitely, if something should be a move, it's knight d5 rather than knight e4. Esipenko is slowly but surely grinding down his opponent. I told you this is going to last for a while because he's up a pawn. Pawns are on the both sides. His knight should be doing a lot better than knight at the moment on c6. Rook on d5 controlling both of these central squares, e5 and d4. And he probably should be going with h3 now. And afterwards, to approach with the king in endgames, all you have to do is just approach with the king closer to the pawn on g4. And this is like a very, very nice one. Okay, so Esipenko is most likely going to very hard try to win this game. It's a 9th round, he's up a pawn, he's got nothing to risk and to lose, even if he has to play and if we can't go on the dinner because of him. So he's definitely gonna try to grind down his opponent. Bernacki, Shevchenko. Shevchenko now looks a lot better. Now it looks a lot better. Here, material-wise, position is around equal. But speaking of activity of these pieces, I definitely think that Shevchenko keeps grinding down his opponent, squeezing him out and getting some space slowly. So black looks better. I don't know what should be the move. Probably rook takes d1, queen d1, and maybe some to somehow find some shelter for the king h6, king h7. Maybe to simply move this rook with tempo, so he can get a tempo there, and maybe the tempo could be one of the decisive things here. But okay, this is definitely better for black, slightly better or much better. I'm not so sure about the assessment. Paravian against Cheparinov. His variation, similar to martial defense, didn't seem to work. And right now, Paravian is just slowly but surely keep on building a better and better type of the game. He just went with queen e1. Cheparinov says, okay, I'm ready to give up and to exchange the queens, but to be left with the knight on d4. Although, if we have to discuss about this type of the game, we definitely have to say that this should be better for white. Is it winning? Most likely it should be winning. Can black defend it somehow? Yes, if white makes some imprecise moves. This is game of Baccarat. Knight b6 was in the game. And after knight b6, queen e6, d takes, rook e7, I suggested some bishop d5. He played bishop d7, okay. Still looking completely, okay, I can't say completely winning, but a lot better. He now threatens knight e5 because of this knight on f6 and bishop on f8 that is hanging. Also kind of absolutely bad rook on e7. I don't think Baccarat is going to have problems to push this one for a win, but let's see. This could be very interesting. Maybe even Brkic can second exchange here, taking on d7 and hoping for some sort of like stubborn defense. Ah, yes, he did it. So he sacrificed an exchange. Maybe that's, oh my goodness, Ponomarev lost his game against Dragnev. What happened there? He was completely winning. Oh, what happened there? He was completely winning. I can maybe say completely winning, but he was the one who had a game in full control. So let's see what happened in that game. You see the final position. This was the game after f takes c3. In the game was, oh, I can't believe that he lost that. Ex-world champion lost, in my opinion, almost winning game, but let's see, maybe I'm wrong, so let's go with this game. Queen a3, he played rook to g3, bishop e7, queen to d4, bishop c5, brought a queen back to d3, rook e4, and played c4. Okay. He could have gone with lots of, look at this, he's up an exchange. He should be easily winning in this type of the game, but okay. There are some creds like, maybe he saw some ideas with rook a4, b takes knight c4, but even that one, queen c4 and rook d8 in the worst case scenario. Anyways, he played c4, and after like bishop e7, played c3, and after bishop f6, played c takes d5. Oh, what a bad blunder he made there in being in completely winning position. He blundered knight a4. Take a look at this one. So anything apart from this one could be, why didn't he just brought, he was supposed to bring his rook back onto the second rank to defend the king, to defend everything, and to say, okay, I'm gonna be, you know, like I'm gonna keep the low profile, sit and wait here. But look what he did. He played here c takes d5, and boom, knight a4, queen d2, knight c3, and he just went for king walk. Oh my goodness, king c2, queen 8. Oh, what a bad blunder in such an important moment. Incredible. So everything fell apart in just one move. Everything fell apart in just move. That's a very, very bad luck for Ponomarev. Completely winning game, and he just blundered at knight a4 and lost the game. Bad luck for Ponomarev in this game. Then what do we have in Nguyen against Gumulars? Looks absolutely drawish, so we don't want to analyze this one. Vokatura against Korkolas. Korkolas he's not even up a pawn anymore, so Vokatura got a pawn back, but he at least has this potentially dangerous pawn on b3, so we can still say that he's the one who might be having some chances of winning this one. Young Edis Gurel against Varmerdam. Yeah, his position looks defendable, and looks like Varmerdam is going to have lots of problems with winning this one. Martirosyan against Machadlishvili. We already analyzed this. I told you that queen e1, and after that d4, he played f4 and not d3 is possible because of knight d3, rook b7. So this is looking pretty much equalish. Leon Levich, we analyzed this one, and I told you that maybe from some practical point of view it could be looking a little bit better for black, but it's around equal. Navara against Teklov. Navara is having that rook behind the pawn, which is ideal in the rook hand games. His king is way more active, so he's got some practical chances to push for a win. Ivan Šarić against Vrnjacka, he's now trying to win this endgame. Objectively speaking, the fact that all his pawns are on the color of the light square bishop, this is the thing that white is like looking so much better. Let's get back to the top games. This could be very interesting what's happening in those top games. In the meantime, Igor Janik won against Kolars. Surprising. How is Ivic, Serbian champion, doing after king d2? He's just taking his time because they just came out of time trouble, and he's looking for some ways to squeeze out his opponent, so Ivic is better. Djukic against Iskandarov. What is this? He played knight c8. Djukic is completely, maybe knight e8, but still he's lost, and he's gonna lose this one. And just one more Serbian player to check. Ivan Čukur against Luka Drašković. Injic is up a pawn. He's got better and better chances to win this one. A last move was rook b5. Of course that black is going to play queen b5 and probably some queen f5 to squeeze out this opponent, but Injic will have to work a lot more to win this one. So he's up a pawn, but far from being that easy. Okay, let's get back to crucial game in this tournament. Sarana is getting more and more better. Can we say that he's winning in this position? That's the real question. In the meantime, I just have to tell you, shocking result. Ponomarev lost in much better, maybe even completely winning game against Dragnev. So what is happening here? Probably easiest type of position here for, can he go with rook e8? And after king f6, rook to e2 to defend there, to defend this position. But in that case, rook e5 could be interesting, right? And if you play, threatening mate. And if you play rook e5, king e5, but now he can always play bishop a4 and to defend. And maybe just to create a passer there on the king side. Maybe some h4, and when this guy takes this one, and now you don't have time to go with this because I'm just creating a passer with g4 and h5. That could be an interesting thing here. So I'm just saying that could be a possible line in the game. Then we have Gledura against Gelfand. Gelfand exactly opted for the line I mentioned. He decided to take on d5 and to go for activity. Way better and way, more than just keeping the material on the board. So Gelfand is down a pawn, but he is such an experienced for this type of games, and he decided to go for activity way more than keeping the material. Right choice. Pretki in the meantime drew against Darda. Sarana played bishop a4. The message is obvious. He just wants to say, you can take and feel free to take that pawn on a2, but I'm just going to defend on b3. Okay, also he keeps an option or having some rook b5, rook a5 afterwards. He went for f4, most logical thing. And he now wants to go with the rook on b5 and go after the pawn on a5. If you move the rook, for example, if you play rook e2. No, rook e2, you just have rook e8, I apologize. So this is the thing here. Sarana is in full control of this game, and I think this shouldn't be a big... okay, did his opponent play something there? Yeah, he played rook e1. And after king f2, played rook c1. You know what? I would just play simple rook e8 followed by rook e2 and 2 pawns up. For the first time, I just have to say that white is winning. White is winning. I see rook e8, rook e2, defending on a2, possibly weak pawn, having passed pawn, being able to create a passer with h4 and h5. White seems to be completely winning in this one. If Sarana wins this game, this is going to be one of the biggest wins in one of the most important clashes of this tournament. Simply, Koroba was the sole leader before this round, and Sarana playing white is always an extremely dangerous player. I told you about that, and this is a big chance for him. I'm gonna be brave enough to say that this is winning. I don't think Black will be able to save this one now. Okay, Benjamin Gledura against Gelfand, looking drawish. I don't see how is he going to push here for a win, so it's looking more and more drawish to me. Esipenko against Bjerre, a game that is going to last until the 2029 year, because White is up a pawn and he's the one who's gonna do everything to win this one. If Esipenko manages to win this one, it's gonna be a big thing. Somebody asked me if Korkolos is a draw. We'll get back to that game. Where is that game? This is Bernatsky against Shevchenko. Shevchenko keeps on squeezing out and grinding down his opponent, but still Bernatsky is having great perpetual check chances here. He even threatens queen f5, queen h5 mate. But okay, king g2, and now, since he threatens queen f5, queen h5 mate, probably you gotta go with the knight f6, right? And to stop this queen f5, and I don't know, just to play something there. So this could be very interesting, but okay, Shevchenko is looking better and better every single time we checked the position. Paravian against Chaparinov. Paravian is clearly up a pawn. You remember I mentioned it so many times so far, bot-winning formula, play knight endgames like pawn endgames, which means if you're up a pawn, you just have to create a passer, and with created passer, your chances to push for a win are just amazing. Bacra is, I wanted to say technically winning, but still he will have to show lots of nice technical skills to win this one, but probably they should be winning. Okay, then Nguyen against his opponent Gumulars, it's drawn. We spoke about this game and it's drawn. Korkolos, somebody asked me if this is drawn. Yes, this is drawn. Yes, this is drawn unless he can come up with some, so it's White's turn. White probably has to play King B1, what else? And if King B1, then Black, hey, wait a sec, what happens if Knight C5? Ah, Rook A8, Rook A8, Rook A8. I was like, maybe Korkolos is just winning. So this is gonna be drawn. But okay, Korkolos has some chances to maybe push for a win, although objectively speaking, it's round. Young Gurel against Varmerdam. It's looking better and better for White in terms of he's now a step closer to a draw. But okay, Varmerdam has some practical chances to push for a win here. His knight is better, rook is better, bishop is standing better than the one on g1. Black is tiny bit better. Okay, let's get back to Sarana Korobov. Sarana played the rook to e1. So if he doesn't want to keep the pawn, that means that he absolutely assessed this position as completely winning for him. That's a shocking thing here. So I believe if he forces his opponent to play rook c2, and then rook e2, and then not to exchange these rooks, he's going to be even more winning. I don't know, after some g4, h4, and h5. Yeah, fantastic play by Sarana, and just like I told you, I'm absolutely sure that after he played this rook e1, even before that I said his position is looking completely winning. Also, you just have to keep in mind, they're just running, actually Korobov is running out of time, so he has to defend this position really, you know, like with a 100% precision, and I'm not even sure if it's enough. Then what do we have? Gladura Gelfand, it's looking drawish. Esipenko, nothing changed since the last time we checked it. Bernatsky, last move was Queen B2, Queen B1, sorry. And do you know what's the point here? We already had this position. So, and then Paravian against Chaparinov, last move was F5. So once again, we don't get the moves from the playing hole. Now we're on a different side, but the moves are not uploading. So we just have to sit there and wait. Here, Bacra is technically winning, but still a long way to go. In the meantime, let's just see what's happening in other games. So Sergei Azarov made a beautiful win and won his game today. Šarić against Dvirny. Šarić is looking better and better. So h4 he played. He maybe wants to go with some f5 tricks, h5 tricks. Daniel Dvirny has to do a lot in order to defend his position, even though we know that probably objectively should be drawn. But Šarić has now nice practical chances. Navara against Teklov. Can Navara push this and win this game? That's a question. To be or not to be for Czech GM? Still chances to win the game are on his side, so I believe he still has some chances. Leon Livaic against Anton Guijaro. Leon played h4. somehow these pawns on the light squares and the fact that the Giharo has the light square bishop gives black practically better chances. So that's what I like about black's endgame here. Definitely a little bit better for black. Last move in this game was f4, but position probably has to be updated. Looks like the boards are not updating. Yannick Igor beat Kollars in the meantime. Soleimani against Shant Sargsyan. I told you, Sargsyan is having problems with conversions. He's all the time, in every single round, better, but somehow he's not finishing off his opponents. Kuzubov against Alsina, we spoke about this one. It's looking a lot better for white. And this is exactly what I hate about these positions from black's point of view. Position is pretty locked, and he's having those bishops and problem with the pawn on f5. But biggest upset today was Ponomarev, who was completely winning against Dragnev, and he blundered and even lost. In a crazy important moment he did it. Safarli Eltaj is winning against Stelios Chalkias. Horvat Dominik against Ivic. Ivic played g5. I spoke about whether he's supposed to play f6 or g5. He went for that g5 and he's now threatening g4. Look at this. If he moves the knight away, he's going to weaken very badly this pawn on d4 and he's going to be a step closer to win the game. Nikolai Djukic Iskandarov, this is completely lost for him. Sanikidze against Maxime Lagarde. All the time I was talking about some draw, but to be honest, Lagarde is trying hard to do something here. Now it's looking drawn. Now it's looking drawn. In the meantime, I just want to remind you that Kadric won in fantastic game. Nijat Abbasov drew, Parkov Svane drew, Kobolia against Sargsyan, they drew the game. And let's get back to Sarana Korobov. Sarana Korobov currently, this is the game. Sarana even took advantage of bringing his rook onto the second rank with tempo. Korobov is completely lost, and you know, for these guys, this should be just a technical part of the game, and they should be winning. So white is winning here. Gledura Gelfand. Will Gledura be able to do something here? Gelfand is looking to somehow catch this pawn. He just grabbed the pawn on c4. You know what? Probably a5 is forcing, and then g4. He just wants to open up the king and find perpetual check. And I believe he's gonna do it. Esipenko Biere, nothing. We don't see changes there. Shevchenko is he now played a5. He brought the queen into the center. He now wants to push this pawn. A knight is around the king. You know what's the best defender against the queen in middle games and end games? It's the knight. Because look at this. Queen cannot give you any check, and your king on actually black's king by Shevchenko looks untouchable. Okay, Paravian against Cheparinov. This looks winning for Paravian, but still a long way to go. Bakro, this is impressive how he created this pawn on a5, how he now wants to push that pawn and gave Brkic chance to push these 4 pawns and maybe to even go, but he's not afraid. Rook is on the first rank, controlling everything, and he just wants to push this pawn on the a file. Nguyen against Gumulars. Position is updated here, but it's been drawn for all this time. Korkulas, I wanted to say he's up a pawn, but not anymore, so this is drawn as well. Because somebody asked me in the chat room, can he win this? I don't think so. Gurel against Varmerdam. It's looking better for Varmerdam. I told you, his knight is doing better than the knight on g3. Bishop on e6 better than bishop on g1. And even rook on h3 looks better than the rook on d2. All things considered, black has to be better in this type of endgame. Then Leon Livaic against Guijarro. Leon Livaic against Guijarro. Do you know what's the problem? There is one practical problem about this endgame. He can't move the bishop from d1. Then he would lose all the pawns after bishop c2. So can Guijarro somehow improve on this position, or it's just drawn? But you know what? Now I'm thinking something, and how is he going to react if black just put him in Zugzwang, bring his king to, for example, e6, and just wait for this guy to move the, yeah, oh, this is gonna be difficult for Livaic. This is gonna be difficult for Livaic here. He's having lots of practice. Yeah, maybe Zugzwang. I thought that this is all the time around drawn, but now I see and I realize that he can move the bishop, that this guy is having like a light square bishop, that the pawns are on b3, a4, and c4, and all these pawns are about to fall. This is looking, maybe in that case, winning for black. Navarra against Teklov. So Navarra against Teklov. I believe this is after d2. If whose turn it is? It's black's turn. So this is drawn. This is drawn, and this is going to be draw for sure. I'm just checking previously if he could have somehow maybe use a better activity of his king, but I don't think that's the case. So that won't be a possibility. Then Ivan Šarić against Daniel Vrnjacka. I told you about this one. Šarić is trying to win this one. His bishop is definitely doing better than this knight, considering the fact that all black pawns are in the color of the light square bishop, but will he be able to do anything here and come up with some tricks? I don't think so, but there are some still chances. Manuel Petrosian against Gavrilescu, it's looking equal. Soleimani Sargsyan, it's maybe a little bit better for black like all the time, but he's having problems with conversions in this tournament and throughout the whole tournament. This is looking a lot better for white. That's so obvious. Then we have Safarli against Halkias. Safarli is doing better. Halkias managed to somehow bring his knight closer to these pawns. He's down a pawn, and Safarli is in full control. Dominik Horvat against Ivic. He just has to come up with the move, and they just came out of the time trouble, but this looks better for Ivic. Will he be able to win this? Nobody knows. You know what, guys? Let's get back to Sarana Korobov. It's 38 move. Sarana is only with 4 minutes on the clock. Probably it's the most important game to check here in mutual time trouble, and after that we'll just have one more but very short break before we go into the final chapter of these games. Sarana is looking completely winning. He can't push g4 because of probably rook h3, but is that bishop on a4 does a great job in terms of defending pawn on b3 if ever pawn on a2 like falls. But from another point of view, bishop on a4 is on the edge of the board, and it's not so good. So what's happening in Gledura? Yes, rook takes c4, and we don't have any updates on those boards. So basically, we checked all these games with all these updates. Now they're not updating moves, nothing new. And we're just going to go on very short break, and right after that, we come back to the final part of the 9th round in the European Championship. Thanks and see you soon. Welcome back. Live coverage from the European Championship. Last part of the coverage, as you know, the time troubles are off. Sarana is playing Korobov for the first place. This is such an important game, decisive one. He's looking completely winning here. Last move is h5. By the way, you're gonna get like updated position just in a few moments. So he's not only up a pawn, but also have that passer. Practically very, very low chances for Korobov to do something in this one. h6 comes unstoppable, bishop g6 as well to support that pawn on h5, so it's going to be difficult for Korobov to save this game. In the meantime, Gledora drew against Gelfand, Pretke drew against Darda, and we just need to check other games. I just want to remind you of the result where Ponomarev shockingly blundered in completely winning position against Dragnev and lost. Esipenko Biere, Esipenko is up a pawn. Is he gonna be able to win this somehow? Pretty good knight on g4 that prevents, for example, rook going to b7, knight f3, knight e5. Ideally, this is what white wants to have, but in this position there is a knight here, and basically that final touch with the knight e5 is not going to be possible because of the knight on g4. But I just think this could be one of ideas to win this game somehow. Another game is Vrnjacki against Shevchenko. Vrnjacki is trying to find some perpetual check. It's a long way to go for, but okay, this is like check by Shevchenko. Probably he has to go king g1, g takes f6, h5, but this is going to be with the very big chances for this guy to win the game. So Shevchenko is in great chance to win this one. Let's go on to the next game. Paravian against Cheparinov. Paravian was most of the time winning, but now it still looks a lot better for him, but somehow looking way more solid for Cheparinov now with the black pieces. So he's a step closer to a draw, even though we all know that he's going to really have hard time equalizing here. Then we have Etienne Bacro against Brkic. Etienne Bacro won that pawn on d5, and that pretty much means this is going to be very soon win by Bacro, because for example, if king c2, knight c4 might be tricky, because then rook b6, knight e3 is threat, but maybe king c1 to go because of that. King c2, I'm just talking about this one, and now he's threatening rook takes b6 followed by knight e3 and knight takes on d5, winning that one back. The thing is a very nice type of the game here. So Bacro is winning in this one. That definitely Bacro should be winning this one. In the meantime, Guliev, Santos Latasa drew. Nguyen against Gumulars, they also drew the game. Abbasov Nijet, Jan Shubel drew. Yair Parhov against Rasmus Svane, they drew. Vakatura Korkulos, they drew the game. And Young Gurel. We're now checking his game. All the time I've been talking about a little bit better chances by Varmerdam in this position. Definitely Black's knight on g6, bishop on e6 and rook on the h file work way better than the bishop, knight and rook. He also played d4. He keeps some slight advantage and chances of pushing this for a win. Although it's still a long way to go, but if we have to choose the side who is going to push here, that has to be Black. With his last move c4, if b takes, he would just break the pawn structure. And a4 would eventually be weak, considering the fact that he's got a light square bishop. So it's still kind of problematic for this guy. Martirosyan drew against Majdelishvili. Levaic lost to Gihara. We saw that endgame. Navara drew against Taklov. While I was making this break, I saw these guys analyzing their game. Azarov won in a great game against Joel Musar, a fantastic piece sack. Ivan Šarić drew against Vrnjak. Murzin drew against Donchenko. And now we have a game between Manuel Petrosyan and Gavrilescu. This game has been ongoing for the last 2 hours like this. It looks very, very equal and drawish, but somehow Manuel Petrosyan is taking some slight initiative in a position like this, trying to somehow benefit from having 3 against 1 on the queen side, having control of the d file, but it's very difficult. Suleymanli against Shan Sargsyan, it's pawn up for black, should probably be winning for black. Yannick Igor beat Kollars, Kuzubov beat Alsina. Safarli Helkias. Safarli played this rook f6, and so he captured the bishop on f6, and it's Helkias' turn. Probably he's gonna take on e8, and after rook e6, this is going to be most likely draw. Okay, Horvat Dominik against Ivic. Ivic probably should be going with some h5, but wait a sec. g5 is hanging. Can he go with that? Ivic is pushing for a win in this game, and he seems to be better. Practically, it's almost very, very hard position to defend with the white pieces. So many weaknesses in the white's camp. Pawn on b2, pawn on d4. Even this one on g4 doesn't look as good as the, for example, take a look at the black pawns. None, I don't see a weakness in black's position at all. So Ivic just ideally improved all his pieces, and now he's squeezing out somehow his opponent. Rook takes d3 is not an option, that would be just drawn. If he goes with h5, just give me a sec. G takes, king takes. Aha, now bishop g5 doesn't work because of rook b2, so this could be an idea. If knight g5, it doesn't work because of knight d4, any of these knights. So this could be an interesting idea. Ivic should go with h5, and he's got a great practical chances to push there after h5, because g takes king h5. Now he threatens g4. As soon as you move this knight, which defends the weakness, then he's going to have lots of troubles. And I don't even see how is he going to defend this. Take a look at this one. So g4, how is he going to defend from this one? This looks great for black. So g4, let's get back to the top board. Alexei Sarana, his last move is h5. Korobov is taking his time, trying to desperately somehow save an extremely difficult position. It's not only that Sarana is having a passed pawn on the queen side, but he's got a way more important and more dangerous passed pawn on the king side. So that's problematic for this guy. And white seems to be winning here. Esipenko, nothing changed in that position yet. Bernatsky, king c4. So I still believe that we're waiting for the updates. Once in a while we have these moments where we just wait for complete updates on all the boards, and that's the way it is, and that's what happens throughout the whole round. Here, after knight to d2, it's Bakrov's turn. He's technically completely winning in this type of game, so this is not going to be a problem for him. Gurel, young Gurel, is trying to hold his opponent somehow. Varmerdam is slightly better. but this is one of those pleasant type of games where you can just push and try to win while your opponent has to defend himself and who's pretty much suffering all the time. So in other games, Azarov beat Musar. I just want to once again show you that game. The game went like this, Najdorf system, main line with the bishop g5, knight b7, bishop c4, queen b6, bishop b3 to defend on b2, e6, queen d2, long castle, knight c5, threatening the pawn on e4. And when that happened, Azarov brought his rook that turned out to be a crucial piece afterwards in the game. After h6, brought it back. Lots of guys wondered, what if knight e4? Well, that's the point. This is probably one in like a million cases where your king is not better on b1, where it's just better on c1, because then you might be having some knight e6 going after, and now when they take on d2, it's not with check, so probably some bishop b6 or maybe something else like this. No, sorry, he threatens knight on b3, so probably first bishop a4, my fault. And now he takes on b6 and just gets like a lot better position. Very nice calculation by Azarov. Queen c7, he went with f3. Okay, when he moved the queen back on c7, he really threatened to take on e4. This guy went for f3, b5, g4, b4, knight a4. And at this moment during the game, we just agreed that White had a nice initiative here, but okay, it looked like pretty unclear position with mutual chances. Musar played bishop d7, knight c5, d takes e5, and came out of blue. Boom, knight f5. Fantastic move, because most of us would consider this position with e takes f5, but he gets additional amazing tempo with bishop f4. Then he recaptured, and probably he put all his hopes into this type of position, and after rook e7 to go with some sort of like complicated game. But that didn't happen in the game, and here Azarov sacrificed that bishop on h6. It's very interesting that the engine here, for example, says it's a double question mark. Okay, maybe engine finds this like a double question mark, but I just have to say that it's getting completely crazy, and from human point of view, you see, sometimes these kinds of moves with the double question marks can give you such an easy game afterwards. Musar played g takes h6, and what did he blunder? After rook e7, this one, queen h6, this one, look at this, black threatens mate in 1. He completely forgot about check and a beautiful queen g6 to finish the mate. Great game by Azarov, and this was miniature in just 24 moves, and Jules Musar immediately resigned. Let's get back to games there. Alexei Sarana played last move h5. We're still waiting on Korobov's move. For sure, it's not about taking so much time. It's more like we're just waiting for updates on the boards. Same thing happened in Nasipenko's game. Same thing happened in Bernatsky-Shevchenko after queen c4. Paravian against Cheparino, we had this position that turns out to be difficult to win with white pieces, but it's still possible. And Bakro is grinding down and squeezing out Brkic. It should be winning, but for some reason, we once again don't seem to get these updates. So now we're just waiting. Let me just find, or try to find, another interesting. By the way, the blunder of the round in Ponomariov's game, he was completely winning. c3, Dragnev played bishop f6. Look at this. He was up an exchange. Absolutely everything was in control. He could have brought his rook back to g2 and control the second rank. Do the same with the rook on d2. But what did he do? He all of a sudden played c takes d5 And now Dragunov came out of nowhere with knight a4. So knight a4, and all of a sudden, from being winning, he went into completely lost position. You see, even to an ex-world champion, things like this might happen. So here, he blundered knight a4. All of a sudden, queen b2 is threatened, knight c3 is threatened. After queen d2, knight c3, this one, check, came up with this move, and now he absolutely forced him to resign. Out of completely winning position, went into completely lost in just one move. Very bad blunder in such an important moment for Ponomarev, and unfortunately for him, he lost this game. We're still waiting for the updates on the boards. Let me just see if there are any other interesting moments in these games. We've checked the game of what happened in Kuzubov. Kuzubov managed to win this in a very nice style tonight against Alsina. All the time he was pressuring hard in that Botvinnik type of system, and eventually he just managed to win this. A big news for Serbian fans. Aleksandar Injic beat eventually Guinness Esteo Pedro Antonio from Spain, while at the same time Miloš Stankovic managed to win his game, and looks like he got a GM norm. Fantastic result for him, and congratulations to Miloš. He's a good friend of ours, and it's always very nice when you get a news like that. Still, we're not getting any of these updates. So I just told you that Sarana's last move was h5. Nothing changed there, and looks like for some reason there were like so many troubles with transmission and broadcasting today. I really have to apologize to all of you and on behalf of the organizer, but simply that's the way it is today. For the past couple of days, we didn't have a single problem, and simply this happened today. But you see, we're still keep waiting and waiting and waiting for these games to update, and nothing changes. So do we get like some kind of updates? Let me just try to refresh the page. Refreshing the page could be pretty big thing here. No, nothing changes there. We don't get any of these games. Everything is just and on all these sites, we don't get, and we don't seem to get any of these updates. So, all things considered, we just have to see and to wait. So let me just see what's going to happen there, but once again, we lost the connection. Sistal. We're back and we got the updates of all these games. Sarana against Korobov, this is current position. He's now still up a pawn. Last move was bishop d7. He's having this control of the second rank. Has like this extremely dangerous pawn on the h file. He also takes away the h3 square for the rook, so he cannot go after the pawn. An amazing bishop on d7. Sarana seems to be winning. In the meantime, Kirill Shevchenko managed to win with black pieces against Vrnjacki, so he's progressing really well on the board. Esipenko, he made a bit of improvement in his position, but still nothing that special, although still with a great chances to push this for a win. Looks like Chaperenov is fighting so hard in this one, and he found a very nice practical chance to create some counter play on the queen side, and he stepped closer to draw. Bakro seems to be more and more winning, although Brkic is fighting really hard in this game. Then what do we else have in these positions? So we have Guraladiz against Varmerdam, so 5 against 5. Material-wise, it's equal, but still Varmerdam has these c4, g4 possibilities. I still prefer a little bit more black here, and I still think that he can try something and somehow to win this. Then we have Manuel Petrosian against Gavrilescu. It's looking all the time pretty much drawish, but okay, White is the one who's trying something. Shan Sargsyan seems to be more and more winning in this position. He probably should be going with the knight to b3 and trying to push this pawn because bishop on a1 looks bad. Dominik Horvat against Ivic. Ivic played something interesting here. After rook d1, he played king g6 to go h5. After rook to d3, he brought his king back to h7. He was probably trying to look for something and make some sort of improvement, and then he decided to break with h5. Psychologically speaking, it's a big thing by black because Ivic is just showing his opponent his intentions and that clearly he doesn't want to stop and he wants to win this game. Don't forget, Ivic, Serbian champion, he already qualified like many other players in this tournament, and that's why we keep saying top 23 will qualify, but actually it's going to be much more than that because some of these guys already qualified. Then Brunello against Nair. Nair, just like in other days, he's just doing better, but will he be able to somehow convert and win? Most of the times in his games he's just better, but is pretty bad in conversions in this tournament. Martin Petrov playing against Rakhmanov. Rakhmanov seems to be winning unless he blunders perpetual check, but I believe this is quite an easy job. Maxim Chigaev is doing a little bit better in this type of game, but okay. He's got a very dangerous pawn on d3 and he's got pretty good chances to push there. Tersahayan against Alexander Kovacevic seems to be better for white because of that dangerous passed pawn. And that's the way it is. So we just have to get back to the most important game of the tournament. Korobov played bishop f3. Wait a sec, h6, bishop e2, h7. Can he play like that? Am I going to miss something? h6, bishop e2, h7. Is that winning? Did he blunder h6? h6, bishop e2, h7, rook h3 doesn't work. If rook f3, king takes, no. If rook f3, king e2, rook e3 check, you can just go to f2 and he doesn't have rook e8 still. Is this winning? Wait a sec. So I'm just saying h6, bishop e2, h7. And I don't see a good move for black in this position. So will Sarana go for h6 in that position? In the meantime, Esipenko played king f4, so nothing's happening. Cheparinov, Cheparinov went into this position, and now all of a sudden, from position that looked almost drawish, he's now lost. Look at this, queen b5, exchanging the queens, goes with the queen d3. Wait a sec, queen b5. Is it actually lost? Queen b1, king b1, king to d3, this one, king d2, king e5, king e3, king f6, this one, and takes, and this is lost. This is lost. So he's, all of a sudden, he went into a lost position. His opponent went for queen b6, so we're just waiting what to do. Brkic, last move was king d5. Aha. So here Bacro goes all in because he just played, I mean all in, I'm joking, but he just went for bishop b6, decided to get this piece back, and now he just wants to go with a7 and promote it. Possible line is probably rook f1, a7, rook f1, king e2 or king c2, right? Rook a1, and then moving this king to d8, and after king c6, but then I first moved the rook and then promoting, right? Yeah, this is winning completely for Bacro, so this is more and more winning. Paravian Cheparinov, this is the end game. So he went for queen b6, king c1. Oops, this is mistake, queen b5. He now exchanged this, but this is mistake in transmission on the boards. But this is going to be winning for this guy. Gurel, yeah, he played, Varmerdam played that g4, and he keeps creating some threats to a young IM. It's really impressive how this young Turkish IM is playing against so much more experienced GM. He's like defending so well, playing such a difficult game, and he still all the time defends himself really, really, really well. So the biggest winners of today's round, that is, Etienne Bacro just won his game, so Brkicante resigned. Biggest winners will be Paravian, Etienne Bacro, and Kirill Shevchenko, of course, and Valentin Ragnev. Of course, if Sarana beats Korobov, he's gonna be the biggest winner here. So he's just taking his time. He just wants to make sure if he pushes his pawn to h6 that Korobov doesn't have anything, that he's not going to blunder absolutely anything. This is a very big stake at the moment on this game. So you know what? When he played bishop f3, probably he calculated everything, and probably he's doing what he has to do. Just making the final, you know, like checking, and when he absolutely becomes sure that everything is properly working after h6, he's gonna make the move, and Korobov is, in my opinion, one step from resigning this game. Because bishop f3, I mean, this is pretty much forced. Okay, he can play rook to d2, bishop h5, rook d5. That could be another idea. But then I'm just talking about this one. Of course, h6 is winning, but I'm just talking about this one. This one, bishop h5, rook d5, this one, rook h5, then giving check, king f3, rook a2, and I don't know, some c5. So he's now deciding, or trying to decide, which one is just better and less riskier here. So that's the thing he's doing. Bishop f3 is a critical moment of the game. Esipenko, still nothing. He's trying to do something in this position, but it's going to be very hard to do it. This is game between Paravian and Cheparinov. Looks like Cheparinov blundered there. But what happened in this game? Because it looked like after knight f3, Cheparinov played knight f3. Cheparinov played knight f3, and after like, let me just see something in that game, because at this moment, king e3, a4, b takes, king a5, knight f3. And he decided to go into pawn endgame. What would have happened if he brought the knight back all the way to e6? And now he just wants to penetrate. So probably he made such a big mistake. Probably, he just played knight f3. And what did he blunder? He blundered d4 move. And after c takes, he blundered king e2. He blundered that this guy promotes with check and taking on a b1 and finishing him off this way. Very bad blunder by Cheparinov. He was fighting so hard. He managed to almost equalize there, and then he blundered. Last move by Korobov here was bishop f3. We're still waiting on his move. Gurel against Varverdam was bishop g3. Gavrilescu is step closer to a draw, but it's all the time drawish. Sargsyan Shant is just winning. Ivic played g4, and now White is going to have like very serious troubles to hold his game. So these are the most important games at the moment, but of course this is the game where we just wait for Sarana to make his move, and if he wins this game, that is going to be pretty much all for today, and that is going to be everything and the most important thing, and like that we're waiting today. So rook d2 or h6. Now Sarana is taking his time. He just wants to make sure that practically he comes up with a decision where he absolutely doesn't give his opponent any counter attacking chances, or at least to reduce his counter chances and tricks on minimum. And that's a very big thing. And this is a very important moment. Stakes are very high, and probably it's all about the European Championship title. So bishop f3, it's his turn. Will he play h6 or rook to d2? That's the question. So let's see what's going to happen there. By the way, once again, Kirill Shevchenko beat Bernatsky, Bakrov beat Brkic, Valentin Dragnev, after shocking blunder by Ponomarev, won his game. So all other games were drawn, and these are the most important wins in today's round, all together with a game that we're just checking and is ongoing. So if Sarana wins, this is definitely going to be the game of the round, and probably so far of the tournament. Okay, so we have the games on the board. Once again, we have like lots of updates. He played h6, his opponent captured. Sarana pushed this pawn. Korobov played rook c2. Sarana played promoted the queen. Bishop here. After rook check, he took on d7, and after queen f6, he's now threatening check to win the bishop. Korobov doesn't have a good way to connect his pieces. Unfortunately for a Ukrainian player, he doesn't have a good way. In the meantime, Cheparinov resigned. So Paravian is making a big path to the top. And this is like now the most important moment of the game. Sarana is completely winning. Esipenko, his opponent played f5. I guess he knows what he's doing. So if f5 works in this position, it is going to be most likely draw. Then in the game of Gurel, he's still fighting so hard, and looks like he's even closer now to a draw than before. Nice defense by young Turkish IM. Then we have Manuel Petrosian against Gavrilescu. Gavrilescu is just trying to find some draw and to take advantage of the weak king, but Petrosian is trying to somehow dry him out in this position, and he's doing something, squeezing him out a little bit. Sargsyan Shant, once again, he's in drawn position. It's incredible because all the time I'm telling you how he's every single day winning and how he fails to win his games, which means that he definitely in this tournament have problems with realization. Then Horvat against Ivic. Ivic is looking better. We just don't know why did he have to put the king on g8 to push h5, because even with the king on g6 he could have done that. So let's go back to the most important game of the tournament, queen f6. We're waiting on Korobov's move, but objectively speaking, there is no defense here, and it's a question of time, and matter of time when is he going to resign. So do we get updates on other boards? Here f5, practically white has to take on f6. Knight takes f6 and playing f3, so it's drawn. This is a very interesting attempt by black, knight f3. Knight f3, knight f3. What is he hoping for here? So knight f3, not to take, then he's down a pawn. Actually, he maybe has this one. And this knight cannot move anywhere to defend the pawn here. But then Gurel might be going with rook e2, and now it should be, but then f5. But then rook e3. And if this one moved the king and this one, so many difficult moves by both of these guys. And Varmerdam is trying so hard to win this game. And in the meantime, Sarana won his game. This is like absolutely the most important game and win for today. So Korobov played bishop d1, and after king c1, he just resigned. Such an important win for Sarana. He's the biggest winner of today's round, and he's now the sole leader of the tournament. So he's now with only one with 7.5 out of 9, while Korobov is on 7 out of 9. What a big win for this guy. Esipenko, wow, look at this. He now is penetrating with the king. He's now having some chances. King is definitely looking weak on f8. So wait a sec. If king g5, knight e3, king g6, can he win this one? Ooh, now he's got very nice practical chances here. So knight f6. And I don't know why this guy missed to take on e4 and to go with this double pawn, but this is like a very, very, I don't know, could he play just like rook a4? But let me just see. He played knight d5, and it's white's turn. I just said king g5 to be made there. So, and he's just made the king g5. What happens in the game, Gurel? Yeah. So they played all the moves that we discussed. And now it's looking absolutely, absolutely wrong. Fantastic defense by young Turkish IM, and he absolutely deserved, after such a big fight, maybe even GM norm here. Once again, international master Stankovic just got his GM norm. Congratulations to him. Manuel Petrosian is now looking better. He's now looking better because his king is closer to that passed pawn, while at the same time this guy has problems with the king on. This looks better for white now. I don't know how is Sargsyan Shan going to win this. And let's just check the game. Dominik Horvat against Ivic. Ivic is slowly but surely grinding down his opponent, and he now seems to be winning. He probably has to win that pawn on e5. Let's go to Esipenko. Esipenko against this guy after knight e5. It's his turn. He has to make a move. Well, he's probably deciding whether he's supposed to go with king g5 or king e5, but it's just looking winning. It's just looking winning, and look at this. These are the moves. He played king g5, and after rook c6, rook to b3, and after rook e6, played rook to d3. Now he seems to be with a way better chances to push for a win than few minutes before. So, because king is active, knight on e4 is well placed, and rook on d3 is just attacking this knight. So he really has good practical chances to win here. Once again, biggest winner of today's round, Alexei Sarana beat Anton Korobov. Okay, Eddie's Gurel is against Varmerdam is now completely drawish. He won't be able to now win this one for sure. Manuel Petrosian played rook e5. Does it mean that he's about to win the pawn after absolutely drying his opponent out in that pretty boring and seemingly equal position? He's now doing better, unless I'm missing something. And some counter-attacking chances by black. This looks all of a sudden better for white. And Suleymanli found a way to make a draw out of being completely lost in that position. But wait a sec, can he move this king all the way to a4? But if he does that, he goes knight a3, knight f5, and he's gonna give up the knight for the pawn on c5. So that doesn't seem to be working. Ivic took on e5, now even played bishop e2. He's very close to be winning in this game. He was playing very hard game and managed to outplay his opponent. Okay, Esipenko played rook to d3. We're just waiting for his move. It's very intense round with lots of decided games. Look at this one. Sarana beat Korobov. He's now the sole leader after 9 rounds. Shevchenko beat Bernatsky. Esipenko is about to beat Biere. Paravian defeated Chaparinov. Bakra won against Brkic. And Dragnev tricked Ponomarev out of completely lost position. So all these games were decided, and still Varmerdam is trying to win. Anton Giharov beat Livaic, while Azarov made a great game against Jules Moussard. So these are the most important games, and here we're just waiting for the change. In the meantime, let's go to, this is Paravian against Chaparinov and the way he won. Gurel against Varmerdam, last move is rook to g1, very hard to win that one. Manuel Petrosian played rook e5, rook b8, and it's his turn. Probably just to move king and then to pick the pawn on e4. While at the same time, Suleimanli found a way to defend himself out of such a difficult position. Ivic played bishop b2 and is very, very close to be absolutely winning here. So we're just waiting for 2 more games to finish on top 20 boards. Esipenko against Bjerre, where he played rook to d3, his last move. We're just waiting for Gurel against Varmerdam and those few games. So after that, we will have like what's happening on the top and amongst the top 30 players here in the standings. So let's just see. Rook to d3, I don't think that Bjerre is taking so much time in this position. Simply knight d7 seems to be the only move there, right? It's quite interesting that we don't get moves on other boards as well. Rook g1 was played there. Manuel Petrosian, once again, we don't get updates from the boards. Throughout the whole round, we've been facing the same problems again and again. Nothing. We're just going to wait for Esipenko's game and to wait for the updates. And I just want to tell you, like, tomorrow is the penultimate round of the European Championship. Sarana is the sole leader after 9 rounds with 7.5 points. I just want to remind you of one more thing in the last round, and the last round will be played at the same time, like every single day. So it's gonna begin at 3 p.m. Central European time. So Esipenko, we're just waiting for his move. At this Gurel, it's drawn. Do we get some updates in Ivic's game? Not. And nothing. After rook to d3, nothing's changing for like the last 10 minutes. We will be waiting on these results to change. Not results, sorry, moves to actually get update. And just once again, on behalf of the organizers, I just have to apologize for all these, like tech problems that we had today, but simply it wasn't, and it didn't have anything with us. We're still waiting for the updates and still waiting for the updates. As soon as I see that in none of these games we don't have moves for like a couple of minutes, I instantly know that something is wrong with the transmission. So yeah, Gurel has quite an easy position, and for sure he wouldn't take so much time in that position. Manuel Petrosian, he's been squeezing out his opponent for so long, and he certainly wouldn't have problems to figure out king move here. Shant Sargsyan, the guy who's been getting winning positions for the couple of last days and cannot convert them. And here Ivic got into a winning position, but just like I told you, nothing is changing. It's a pretty big game between Esipenko and Bjerre. Looks like we just have to sit and wait here for the updates. And you can just in the meantime, okay, these are the updates. These are the updates. Now, Esipenko penetrated with his king. So where did we stop? We stopped at king g5. it was rook c6. He played rook to d3, knight e7, rook to d6, rook e5, king f6, and went with king e6. He's about to win the piece. So will he be able to win this? That's gonna be a big So this is a big thing, and this is a big improvement. In the meantime, Edis Gurel drew against Varmerdam, big draw for a young IM from Turkey. Also, Manuel Petrosian played king c2, and he's about to win that pawn on e4, while at the same time, Shan Sargsyan, his game is now looking completely drawish. For example, knight to d3, he's threatening pawn, and if this one, knight c5, and it's going to be draw. So this is going to be draw. Ivic is now completely winning. So that's a big news for Serbian fans. Injic won. Ivic is winning. Miloš Stanković got a GM norm. Great news for Serbian fans. And we're just waiting for this game between Esipenko and Jonas Bjere to finish. We keep getting updates again and again. After rook to d7, it is going to be just completely winning for Esipenko. I guess he has to go with rook d7, rook e3, rook e7, king f8, and just move. You can move the king and play rook f4, and that's going to be winning, right? Rook f4 like this. Yeah. So this could be winning. Esipenko winning now completely. So let's see what's going to happen there. Last move is rook d8, king g7. Just one last thing. One more game. Manuel Petrosian against Gavrilescu is now looking rook d5. Yeah. Maybe even some queen g3 counter-attacking ideas by Gavrilescu with going into some sort of endgame like that. But we're still checking Esipenko's game. Rook d7 turns out to be completely winning. What's happening in Ivic's game? Ivic is more and more winning. He's up 3 pawns, and Dominic Horvat will most likely soon. Now it's completely winning. Ivic came up with this knight d4, and now he's gonna play rook to f3 to defend an f6. So every single moment, yes, and Ivic won. Congratulations, bravo Veljo. So this is a big win for Serbian player. Now let's go just to see Esipenko's game. He's taking his time and making sure to take on e7, and afterwards just to defend the knight on e4. So we're just waiting for this game to finish, and we'll be finished with the broadcast today. Before we finish this broadcast, yes, he took on e7. So now it's completely winning. In case of king f8, I just showed you he's going to play rook f7 and rook f4, and absolute control and absolutely winning endgame. What if king g8? Can he go? King f6, sorry, and the rook on e7 is defending, So this is winning. Rook e7, and one last game, Petrosian against Gavrilescu. It's also looking, somehow looked like Petrosian was about to win that pawn on e4, but Gavrilescu was actively defending his position and somehow took advantage of this weak king on b3. So that's how he is going to, let's just see this Brunello against Nair. Nair is having problems with his conversions, just like Sargsyan, and he's all the time better, but cannot finish off his opponents. Chigaev is winning. He was pushing so hard, and he managed to win this one. He's gonna win it. Dima Mastrovasilis, he's winning against Sadiko Vulvi. Paul Welten against, look at this one. Paul Welten is playing with the knight and 2 rooks against the queen. Pretty funny position, and How is this guy going to stop? King is so badly placed there, so it's gonna get mated. Garyachkina playing against Ram Sofer, and she's about to lose this game because she cannot stop promotion. And finally, we're just waiting for black to make a move here. More likely, we're waiting for this guy to resign that game. So, Esipenko against Bjerre. Somebody asked me, hi, if as a result of 9 games they made the norm of the GM, is it necessary to play 2 more? It is necessary to play 2 more, but not for a GM. You just have to call the arbiter, say, I think I want a GM norm. Then he calculates that. He says, okay. Then you report it. And then for the rest of the rounds, he's asking you, would you like to claim your GM norm out of 9 games, or you would like to play more? Of course, everyone just says, okay, I would like to claim it now after 9 rounds, and that's the way it is. So this is how it goes. So yes, they do have to actually carry on playing tournament, but of course you just report to the arbiter and he tells you, look at this one. This is most likely going to be a draw. So Esipenko, yeah, he played that King E5, and it's just a matter of time when is Bjerre going to resign this one, because he's up a piece. This king is cornered on G7, and yes, he just has to play knight G5. Fantastic technique by Esipenko in this endgame. And also such an important win for him in such an important moment, because now he's going to be one of the guys who's going to fight for the top places. And if he wins this game, and most likely he will, he might be facing Sarana or Gladura, someone, and some of these guys. He just played king to e3. He's having like a very simple plan: bring the king close to the pawn on h4, play knight g5, and he played king f2. He wants to go knight g5 next move. Rook has to go, for example, on a1. He's going to play knight g5. And do you know what is he going to do here? He'll play knight g5, play rook f7, cut the king off, keep the rook on the 7th rank, so the king is going to be cut, and then approach with the king once again to opponent's king. So Bjerre is just trying to, I don't know, come up with some sort of miracle here, but it's not going to happen, and he's just winning. So many decided games today. Once again, I'll tell you, Sarana, sole leader, biggest win because he managed to beat Anton Korobov. Then we have Shevchenko, who won his game, Paravian, Etienne Bacro, and Valentin Dragnev, who turned the game upside down against Ponomarev. Currently, I just have a feeling that Esipenko is on few moments from beating up Bjerre, so those are the most important results in games here. Yes, Serbian champion Ivic won the game. And all other games are just decided. There are like a whole bunch of other games that are played on like some of these boards, but this is the thing here. We are waiting for Esipenko and Jonas Bjerre. It's a matter of moment and time. When is he going to finish him off? We're still waiting for some updates in these games. And that pretty much, so Sipenko is on few steps from, and for a few moments or just minutes from beating up his opponent. I believe, guys, that would be pretty much all for today. I have to apologize on behalf of the organizer for all these transmission errors and sometimes problems with broadcast. Thanks for watching. Keep in mind, Sarana beat today Korobov, he's the sole leader. Gladura drew his game against Gelfand, but the thing is, after this round, Sarana with 7.5 out of 9, Korobov with 7 points, just like Gladura, and biggest winners after Sarana of today's round are just the guys who on boards 4, 5, 6, and 9 won their games. So see you tomorrow at the same time, 3 p.m. CET. Hopefully, we're just going to see like more of these decisive games tomorrow. All the best and bye-bye.